Chapter 35-58. After a period of very slow crawling, the Qiyu demon ancestor's soul finally crawled in front of Long Chen. "You're afraid?" The Qiyu demon ancestor's expression became even more excited. Long Chen was indeed frightened by this unimaginable method. But it was not fear. Instead, it was more puzzlement and mystery. Of course, he had a certain premonition of what was about to happen. When the Qiyu demon ancestor approached him, he was indeed afraid when he was unable to move. Fear of the unknown. Opposite him, the Qiyu demon ancestor lost his ancestral soul, and his flesh began to rot. Even the origin of the world began to crack. But the Qiyu demon ancestor did not care. By now, how could Long Chen not know that the Qiyu demon ancestor's true goal was to use this fate-changing rope to make the Qiyu demon ancestor's soul enter time, and pull out his own ancestral soul so that he could become a great void dragon? This was an unimaginable and unprecedented method. It completely exceeded Long Chen's imagination. If this continued, there was indeed a possibility that the Qiyu demon ancestor would snatch away his great void dragon body. Without the great void dragon body and that part of the ancestral soul, Long Chen would lose everything in time. However, this terrifying fate-changing rope was something that could defy the heavens. It bound everything. It would definitely ensure the Qiyu demon ancestor's success. Until now, I still don't know what this rope is. How can such a thing exist in this world? It seems like the Qiyu demon ancestor's true goal is to use karma to attract me. Moreover, he has made more preparations than I have. This fellow, for this moment. Perhaps he has really waited for a long time. He dreamed of becoming himself, even abandoning everything that once belonged to the Qiyu demon ancestor, just to become the third era's great void dragon. From the fifth era to the third era, he had indeed profited, and he had almost destroyed Long Chen, whom the Chaos Whole Witch ancestor and the others were extremely afraid of. Qiyu demon ancestor. You will fail. Long Chen still had such confidence under such adversity. No matter how powerful this rope was, it was still an unorthodox method. Deep in his bones, he firmly believed that the Qiyu demon ancestor was not a divine dragon and could never become one. Don't provoke me. If things go smoothly, I will let you continue being the ancestral dragon. If you anger me, I will destroy the other two world origins of yours. The Qiyu demon ancestor said domineeringly with his ancestral soul. At this moment, he was already standing in front of time. Break for me. He commanded the heaven-defying fate-changing rope. The other end of the rope had been waiting like a tiger watching its prey for a long time, waiting for this news. At this moment, it used its domineering power, like a terrifying needle, to stab into the time of the world. Never before had such a huge crack appeared in the time of the world. At that moment, Long Chen felt a terrible piercing pain. The rope pierced through the blue world origin and even pierced Long Chen's time ancestor soul. This rope was truly the bane of Long Chen's existence. It could actually cause such pain to him. At that moment, Long Chen felt like his head was about to split open. As expected of the ancestral dragon. Even the world origins are different from ours. Although there are only 3 world origins, it is still terrifying enough. The Qiyu demon ancestor's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment. It had been too long, and he could not wait any longer. When the rope broke through the time of Long Chen's world origin, the Qiyu demon ancestor did not say a word and rushed in. From today onwards, I, the Qiyu demon ancestor, am the great void Aeon dragon. I am the third epoch's ancestor dragon. The future myriad worlds will be controlled by me, the Qiyu demon ancestor. I am the number 1 person in the myriad worlds. No. I am not the Qiyu demon ancestor. I, the great void Aeon dragon, am the number 1 person in the myriad worlds. All ancestor gods, listen to my command. The Qiyu demon ancestor was overjoyed. He wanted to destroy Long Chen's ancestral soul and replace it to become the master of time. As long as he controlled time, he could form a new body. As for his original body and everything else, he had already abandoned them. Piercing pain. Piercing pain. A feeling of his flesh being peeled off. Qiyu demon ancestor. Long Chen was burning with rage. But there was nothing he could do at this moment. He struggled with all his might. His slaughter and life were resisting, but he could not break through. The rope seemed to be designed to deal with him. The Qiyu demon ancestor was relying on the rope to destroy his ancestral soul in time. Under the intense pain and blurriness, Long Chen really felt a sense of despair. It was really unbearable. His opponent was a creator god. It was really disgusting. If not for that, Long Chen would have sworn to tear the Qiyu demon ancestor into pieces. I am the great void Aeon dragon. I am the dragon of time and eternity. In this time, the Qiyu demon ancestor cheered and jumped. He was like a happy child. He split his ancestral soul into 3 parts and occupied the 3 world origins of Long Chen. As for the original Long Chen's ancestral soul, it had already been pierced through by the rope and was on its last breath. This was the reason why Long Chen was so weak and in despair. It had to be said that the Qiyu demon ancestor had basically succeeded. He used his ancestral soul to suppress Long Chen's time ancestral soul. He opened his 4 arms and directly touched Long Chen's ancestral soul, wanting to tear it apart. He laughed out loud, cheering for his heaven-defying change of fate. At this moment, he found all sorts of strange things in a corner of time. Why are there so many ancestral souls? In that corner, there were actually 7 ancestral souls. Each of them was independent and complete. 6 of them had a Taoist seal on them. Especially in the middle, there was a black Taoist seal that looked like a sleeping black dragon. When the Qiyu demon ancestor saw this black Taoist seal, he instantly felt the fear of death. This is, at the moment of his sudden fear, the ancestral soul with the black Taoist seal suddenly transformed into a pitch-black divine dragon. When the divine dragon appeared, the Qiyu demon ancestor was scared out of his wits. He did not know where he got his reflexes from, but he instantly escaped from Long Chen's time. He followed the rope and rushed back to his world origins without any regard for his life. Sizzle, sizzle. When he ran back at a speed that was several times faster than before, he looked back and saw that the fate-changing rope was burning with black flames. The rope was like a living thing that instantly turned into ashes and disappeared with a scream. The connection between him and Long Chen had been completely severed. At this moment, the Qiyu demon ancestor was still scared, and his mind was blank. His ancestor's soul went into hiding. At this time, his body of flesh and blood finally regained the ability to move. His dark divine body was pale, and he hurriedly collected the world origin. He was trembling. What is that? Long Chen, what is that? The Qiyu demon ancestor kept trembling in fear. He believed that if he had not escaped quickly, he would have been burned to death like the rope. Completely destroyed. Now, Long Chen had regained his mobility. The laws of his Tai Chi life physique had enveloped the time, and the wounds on that time had gradually healed. Although the injuries to the ancestral soul still needed some time to recuperate, they would eventually recover. Long Chen had completely escaped this calamity. The gray world was changing. After the fate-changing rope disappeared, the two would quickly return to the tomb of samsara. What was that just now? Of course, it was the jade dragon seal that had not moved for a long time. The jade dragon seal carried 7 complete ancestral souls in a corner of time. The Qiyu demon ancestor's offense this time had triggered the most mysterious thing on Long Chen's body. At that moment, the jade dragon seal seemed to come to life. It quickly destroyed the fate-changing rope and then took the opportunity to descend. At that moment, Long Chen understood the feeling of the origin dragon servant. Perhaps it is as he said. The first ancestral dragon is always by my side. Even if this jade dragon seal is not the first ancestral dragon, it is closely related to him. When I need it, it will definitely appear. Until now, the Jade Dragon's seal had saved him countless times. If it had not been for it this time, he would have lost the body of the Void Infinity Dragon. That would have been an immeasurable blow to him. He still had lingering fears about how terrifying it was back then. Fortunately, the Dragon Jade Dao seal had allowed him to avoid this disaster. Long Chen was still very shaken. Now that the seal had fallen silent again, Long Chen could not awaken it. However, he knew that, as the Origin Dragon servant had said, it would definitely appear when he needed it. In an instant. Chapter 35-59. To be honest, a lot of time had passed. Chaos Ancestral God, Primordial War Ancestor, and the others were extremely anxious. If this went on, they would lose their sense of propriety. Fortunately, a surprise appeared in front of them. They had been too careless earlier, allowing the Qiyu Archdevil Ancestor to have his way. This time, when they saw that Long Chen was unharmed, they naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again. The moment the Qiyu Archdevil Ancestor appeared, the Grand Mist Ancestor God made his move, freezing the Qiyu Archdevil Ancestor within the Grand Mist space. Qiyu Demon Ancestor's ancestral soul was injured and couldn't move, but he could still speak. However, in the tomb of Samsara, he couldn't tell Chaos Cave Ancestor about karma. Long Chen, even if I fail, you still can't get karma, haha. Qiyu Demon Ancestor thought for a while. Even though he was afraid, irritated, and even in pain, he still wanted to take the initiative. Long Chen smiled. You're wrong. When our ancestral souls collided, I saw the most recent part of your memory. I saw the location of karma. Ancestral souls couldn't fight in the first place. When the two ancestral souls collided, Long Chen happened to see a portion of Demon Ancestor Chiyu's memories. Back then, Demon Ancestor Qiyu had been scared out of his wits by Long Yu and escaped without getting anything from Long Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't see the origin of the rope in Qiyu Demon Ancestor's memory. What? Like being struck by a lightning bolt, Qiyu Demon Ancestor widely opened his eyes as he stared at Long Chen. He remembered that when the ancestor souls collided with each other, he indeed saw all the fragments of Long Chen. However, as he was too scared at that time, he didn't even take a careful look at it before escaping away. All he saw was that Long Chen cultivated in the Tower of Time for a long time. You know the location of karma? The Fourth Era's primordial ancestor gods asked in surprise. Long Chen, what's going on? Everyone surrounded him. Everyone, please wait for a moment. To prevent any accidents, I will take away the karma first before returning here. Please do not let Demon Ancestor Qiyu leave. I also have something to ask him. It wasn't easy for him to find the location of the cause and effect. Long Chen knew that things had to be prioritized. Naturally, it was more important to find the cause and effect as soon as possible. The location of karma was not complicated, but because it was too ordinary, and there were too many ordinary places in the myriad worlds, it was not easy to find it quickly. In the tomb of Samsara, Long Chen directly entered the Death Realm. Then, he exited the Death Realm's Dragon Gate, which was closest to the karma path. He flew in that direction, traveling hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. I really don't know how this Demon Ancestor Qiyu found karma. He found a clue from the rules of the righteous path of the human world. Clearly, the Qiyu Demon Ancestor did not know about the righteous path of the human world. About an hour later, he finally reached his destination. In an insignificant piece of broken star, Long Chen found a fruit. It was a very ordinary fruit, but it actually had two parts, gold and black. The connecting line in the middle was indeed the broken line of the righteous path of the human world. If Demon Ancestor Qiyu hadn't found it first and hidden it, I would have been able to instantly lock onto it from the Jiuli demon territory. After finding this fruit, Long Chen indeed realized that it was more conspicuous than time, life, and massacre. It was no wonder that Demon Ancestor Qiyu could find it first. Of course, it was because demon ancestor Chi-Yu saw with his own eyes that Long Chen took away time and life, that he roughly knew what the ancestral dragon's world source was like. As for the cause and effect, he was actually just guessing, but he didn't expect to be right. I have to say, this guy is really lucky. Long Chen put away the cause and effect and finally let go of the stone hanging in his heart. Now that he had regained control of the situation and obtained the cause and effect, what he wanted to know now was how demon ancestor Chi-Yu obtained the fate-changing rope. Unfortunately, he is the ancestor god of creation, and his life concerns the lives of the people of the Jiuli demon territory. If not, I would definitely let the ancestor gods kill him today. He almost took away the part of Long Chen that belonged to the great void cosmic dragon. Therefore, he must know the key. Opening the death world, Long Chen returned to the tomb of reincarnation. The fourth era's ancestor gods had been waiting for him for a long time. Long Chen, did you find it? Long Chen took out the cause and effect and waved it in front of demon ancestor Chi-Yu, saying, "Of course I found it." Seeing this fruit, the fourth era's ancestor gods who were tense finally relaxed. They were looking forward to Long Chen creating this miracle and surviving, and now he had finally succeeded. After such a thing happened, everyone wanted to kill demon ancestor Chi-Yu. Now, everyone's eyes were on demon ancestor Chi-Yu. Actually, Long Chen's cause and effect was for demon ancestor Chi-Yu to see. When he saw this thing, he was completely in despair, and his eyes were bloodshot. From now on, his dream of strengthening himself was completely broken. Humph. Demon ancestor Chi-Yu's thick nostrils exhaled white gas. Everyone surrounded him. Long Chen first told the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods about what had happened. Only after hearing about how dangerous it was did the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods know how terrifying this matter was. They looked coldly at the Chi-Yu demon ancestor. The 8 fourth era's primordial ancestor gods really gave the Chi-Yu demon ancestor immense pressure, causing him to curl up and unable to move. Demon ancestor Chi-Yu, you almost succeeded and became a great void cosmic dragon. This plan of yours is really thorough. Unfortunately, your nature is dark and even evil. With your dirty ancestral soul, you are not fated to become an ancestral dragon. If you become the strongest person in the myriad worlds, the myriad worlds will really be in chaos. Knowing the truth, the fourth era's ancestor gods wanted to tear this guy apart, but they could not. After all, he was an ancestor god of creation. Moreover, the chaotic whole ancestor and the others were obviously protecting this guy. Ancestor gods could not be killed. The greatest punishment for attacking was eternal imprisonment. Long Chen was also very depressed about this. Why did the ancestor gods exist in the myriad worlds? Under the pressure of the fourth era's ancestor gods, demon ancestor Chi-Yu lowered his head. Long Chen said, "I just want to know one thing. How did you get the fate-changing rope?" This was the key. Until now, Long Chen did not know where the rope came from, what it was, or why it had such an effect. Demon ancestor Chi-Yu raised his head and sneered, "Isn't it simple? To tell you the truth, I found this in my Jiuli demon territory. As for what it is, I don't know. I am also very curious. Ever since I held this thing, I knew it had such an effect. It was specially designed for me. Do you think there is an existence higher than us ancestor gods in the myriad worlds? It truly controls the will of the heavens and cares for me. It knows that I want to become an ancestral dragon, so it gave me this rope?" Bullshit. It seemed like this guy did not want to say anything. Long Chen was extremely puzzled. Based on everything he knew, it was impossible for such a strange thing to exist. Yet, it had appeared just like that. It was beyond the scope of his understanding. That was what made Long Chen feel fear, not demon ancestor Chi-Yu. "Since you don't want to say it, let me do it." The original soul ancestor couldn't help but enter the primordial chaos space. He extended his 5 claws and pierced into demon ancestor Chi-Yu's world source to search his soul. In the myriad worlds, the only one who could search the memories of the fifth era's ancestor god was the original soul ancestor. Everyone was waiting. After a while, demon ancestor Chiyo's body was pale and he was extremely weak. Only then did the original soul ancestor stop. He looked at everyone and shook his head with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Primordial War Ancestor asked. Everyone wanted to know too. After the original soul ancestor came out, he said, "It's like this. Regarding the memory of karma, he has indeed deepened his protection and guarded this secret tightly. It is probably to prevent me from searching his soul. With his ability, if he guarded it tightly, it would indeed be difficult for me to break through in a short period of time. However, he definitely cannot change his memories in front of me. In other words, he can only keep 1 or 2 pieces of information from me, but he cannot change the information." Chapter 3560. When searching for life, Long Chen had searched the entire Jiuli demon realm. Clearly, he had never seen this rope before. It was only after that it appeared. It was obtained by the Chiyu demon ancestor. Who? This was a very terrifying thing. Who could it be? It's possible that another fourth epoch's primordial ancestor god found it and wanted to use Chiyu fiend ancestor to deal with Long Chen. But why doesn't he use it himself? Most likely, he was afraid that if he were to relocate and become the 7th era's elder god, he would incur the wrath of the other elder gods, resulting in him being destroyed. That's why he sent Patriarch Chiyu? All of these were possible. However, it was a little far-fetched. Even demon ancestor Chiyu himself did not know, so it could only be a guess. However, there was definitely no evidence. Everyone thought for a long time. Finally, the Chaos Ancestral God said, "We can't just think about it." At the very least, he knew that Long Chen was in great danger. That was why he had to protect them for a long time. Now that we've dodged this calamity, I think the most important thing is still Long Chen's own strength. As for the rope, we can slowly search it and lock onto the target. In the infinite worlds, only the other ancestral gods of the 4th era could fool the Chiyu fiend ancestor. They probably didn't expect the Chiyu fiend ancestor to obtain karma and use it so quickly. That's right. The key is Long Chen's strength. Everyone looked at Long Chen. "You've done well to inform us of such an important matter in time. Unfortunately, we weren't able to help. In the end, you solved it yourself. However, the rope has already been destroyed, and it probably won't exist in the future. Other than this situation, we should all be able to help. I think that apart from his cultivation, we should always find 2 people and leave them on the dragon sacrificial continent. That's not a problem. We'll definitely let you grow up safely without any danger." Long Chen was extremely grateful to them. In the future, he would definitely repay this favor. In the end, he looked at demon ancestor Chiyu and said, "Everyone, how should we deal with him?" In fact, everyone was thinking the same thing. "Do you hate him?" asked the primal chaos ancestral god. "He almost killed me, so of course he hates me. If it was me in the past, I would want nothing more than to kill him. Unfortunately, he was a creation ancestral god. Apart from killing him, other punishments were nothing. So, forget it. It doesn't mean anything, but I can't deny that his current strength is enough to crush me." In a normal battle, Long Chen had nearly killed him in just 2 or 3 moves. The Chiyu fiend ancestor was indeed powerful. He has committed such a heinous crime. He should be imprisoned for at least 10,000 years. The primal chaos ancestral god said. That would be meaningless. In fact, what Long Chen wanted more was to defeat him, to make him completely cut off all thoughts of him, to make him completely convinced. "You don't have to be kind to me. If I have the chance, I'll still do it," Chiyu fiend ancestor said stubbornly. "Then I'll wait. Next time, it won't be you suppressing me." Long Chen looked at him coldly. Their gazes ignited a fierce flame. It's a pity that you didn't participate in the battle of the 5th era's ancestor god. Chi Yu Fiend Ancestor laughed. This matter was unknown to the Chaos Hole Ancestor and the others. Clearly, after leaving, Chi Yu Fiend Ancestor wouldn't say a word. This was a solo action. If he said it, the Chaos Hole Ancestor and the others would probably want to kill him because he wasted a chance to kill Long Chen. That's nothing. At most a year, I'll make you my defeated opponent. Long Chen replied. The demon ancestor Chi Yu laughed even harder when he heard this, and he said, "All right, I'll accept your bragging. If you have the balls, then come and fight me in a year from now. I'll absolutely not refuse, no matter the time. In my eyes, you're blessed by heaven and have millions of resources, but you're still a piece of trash. If I were you, I'd be 10 times worse than you." Chi Yu Fiend Ancestor looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Then wait and see. Long Chen asked Primordial Chaos Ancestor God to let him go and let him leave the Tomb of Reincarnation. Chi Yu Fiend Ancestor laughed loudly and left. After he left, the 4th era's Primordial Ancestor gods still felt that letting him go like this was a loss. Long Chen said, "At least he survived this time and obtained karma. However, the key isn't the punishment he receives, but the origin of the rope. Therefore, if we let him go and monitor him, we might be able to discover something." Primordial Chaos Ancestor God said, "That's right. I'm proficient in the Primordial Space Tao. Chi Yu Fiend Ancestor can't discover me. Leave this matter to me." "Thank you, Primordial Chaos Ancestor God. I'm also doing this for the peace and development of the myriad worlds. We're gathered together because of a common goal. There's no need to thank me." They were too good to Long Chen. "Fine, let's put this matter aside and focus on cultivation. In this year, Primordial Chaos and I will stay on the Draconic Sacrificial Continent. If you make a move, we won't leave you." Primordial Chaos Ancestor God said. Long Chen was grateful, but he didn't say it out loud. Just like Primordial Chaos Ancestor God said, everyone had the same goal. Soon, Primordial Chaos Ancestor God left to follow Chi Yu Fiend Ancestor. Other than Primordial Chaos Ancestor God and Primordial War Ancestor, the other 4th era's Primordial Ancestor gods also returned to their own worlds to search for clues about the rope. Primordial Chaos Ancestor God and Primordial War Ancestor God followed Long Chen back to the Draconic Sacrificial Continent. "Your world is truly magnificent." Primordial Chaos Ancestor God was also very envious. "How's Pangu Ancestor God?" "He's still recovering in the Tower of Time," Long Chen answered. "Fortunately, you weren't hit by his ominous demon chi. Otherwise, it would be troublesome." After chatting with the 2 ancestor gods for a while, Long Chen came to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Now that he had obtained karma, his mission was to turn it into the world source. Of course, it would be even better if he had news about the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon's origin dragon soul. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, the golden black karma of good and evil floated and rotated in front of Long Chen. Righteousness of the human world. Long Chen's judgment rule struck the karma of good and evil like a lightning bolt. Buzz! The karma of good and evil was directly crushed into powder. However, the powder didn't dissipate. The golden black light of the righteousness of the human world gradually merged with the powder, emitting light. The powder condensed in Long Chen's hand and gradually turned into a godly weapon. It was the original form of the world source. Finally, it took shape. Taking a closer look, it was a 2-meter-long golden and black halberd. The spearhead was sharp like the forehead of the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon. The judgment sword was golden in color. There were 2 black blades on the left and right, like dragon fangs. Similar to the karma halberd was, of course, the slaughter blood sword. As for the time sword, it was like a chain or a necklace, similar to the life ring. The karma halberd. Long Chen held the halberd. This was the karma world source. Although Long Chen couldn't control it before obtaining the origin dragon's soul of the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon, he could still feel its righteousness. Judgment, good and evil. Before the epoch, the ancestral dragon that appeared the most on the dragon sacrificial continent was the judgment divine Tao heart-refining dragon that ranked 5th. Holding the halberd, Longchen searched carefully and pondered. Why is there no news about the origin dragon soul? He searched carefully, but there was no result. In the past, when he obtained the world's source, there would basically be a hint. However, there was none this time. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, Longchen spent 100 years studying this karma halberd, but he found nothing. This karma halberd was like a dead object and didn't have much effect for the time being. How could this be? Could it be that the clue is going to disappear here? This made Longchen very distressed. If he still couldn't find anything after another 100 years, he would give up. It seems that the divine Tao heart-refining dragon didn't put the clue about the origin dragon soul in this karma halberd. In fact, 200 years wasn't a long time in the myriad worlds. At this time, the Chiyu demon ancestor had just returned to the Jiuli demon domain, and the primordial ancestor god had started to track his whereabouts. There were still 10,000 years before the final battle of the 5th era's ancestral god. Since I said that I would defeat the Chiyu demon ancestor in a year, I have to do it. So, let's start cultivating. After all, Kitten, Lingxi, and the others were still cultivating. Kitten wanted to break through to the 6th era's ancestral god realm. Lingxi was trying to break through to the 5th era's ancestral god realm. If he didn't work hard, Lingxi would surpass him. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang had still lost his freedom and was waiting for him. Work hard. Time flew by. Time flew fast in cultivation. 1,000 years passed. Longchen's first goal was to condense the 4th world of slaughter, origin. This was very difficult, but it didn't stop him from moving forward. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 years had passed. After 6,000 years of silence, when Lingxi successfully entered the 5th era's ancestral god realm and the White Lotus had 5 worlds' origins, Longchen's slaughter had the 4th world's origin. Chapter 3561. When Massacre obtained the 4th world origin, Longchen was considered to have stepped into the 6th era's origin ancestor god realm. Of course, his true combat strength had long entered the 5th era's origin ancestor god realm. However, this was naturally not enough for Longchen. His next goal was to let time and life step into the 6th era's origin ancestor god realm. Only then would he be considered a complete 6th era's origin ancestor god realm. However, after persisting for 6,000 years, he also knew how to rest and nurture his spirit. Occasionally, he would come outside the Dragonrite continent to communicate with the Chaos Ancestor God and Primordial Battle Ancestor. On the 4th level of the Tower of Time, Pengu was using his own strength to expel Chiyo's baleful aura. How is it? Can you expel this baleful aura during the final battle of the 5th era's origin ancestor gods? Longchen asked with concern. Pengu said, that's not a problem, but I'm worried about something else. Please speak. Ancestral god Pengu said, this 10,000 demonic baleful chi is truly strange. After experiencing this calamity, my ancestral soul will most likely be weakened. In terms of battle strength, I reckon that I won't be able to return to my peak state. It won't be easy to defeat that Chiyu demon ancestor. However, if I don't defeat him, I'll suffer too much this time. I won't be able to feel at ease, and my thoughts won't be clear. Chiyu demon ancestor. Longchen was defeated by him, and they had agreed to fight during the final battle of the 5th era's origin ancestor god realm. Although I've reached the 6th era's origin ancestor realm, I'm still not perfect. Now, I might be able to barely deal with the 5th era's origin ancestor gods born in the middle of the era, but I shouldn't be a match for Chiyu demon ancestor, Pengu, Hongjun, and the other ancestor gods. This was something he knew himself well enough to do. Of course, all the ancestor gods were amazed and envious of his speed of improvement. In addition to cultivation, Longchen was also guiding his 3 children, Long Yan, Long Lin, and Long Qingsheng. Now that they had a 2nd world origin, they specialized in one path and were extremely talented. Their improvement speed was almost catching up to Long Chen. After all, they were all ancestor dragons. Daddy, look, fuck. Long Qingxing ran in front of Long Chen and extended his hand. A small blade of grass appeared in his palm. When Long Qingxing placed it on the ground of Dragon Sacrifice Continent, it grew into a large tree that swayed in the wind. Long Qingxing blinked his big green eyes and looked at Long Chen, full of expectation. Daddy, did I do well? He was very quick-witted and intelligent, but his personality was a little weak, different from Long Yan and Long Lin. Now, Long Qingxing's brothers and sisters had grown into young men and women. Needless to say, their appearances were unparalleled in the myriad of worlds. Long Yan was beautiful and had a heroic spirit, while Long Lin was handsome and mysterious with an extraordinary temperament. As the youngest brother, Long Qingxing had inherited more of Lingxi's looks, exquisite and charming. Not bad. However, all living things can still be used in actual combat. Long Qingxing said timidly, but father, I don't want to fight with people. This child had a gentle personality since he was young. Long Chen pondered for a moment, thinking, it's me who gave the children a peaceful environment. But if one day I fall, they will have to participate in the battle and protect Dragon Sacrifice Continent. It's just that Qingxing is a good child. He only loves life, not slaughter. He fits perfectly with Taiji Lifeform's dragon. I can't lead a child to slaughter for the sake of strength. His future fate belongs to him. As for what path to take, it's still up to him to decide. Long Chen didn't influence his thoughts. Do what you want to do. As long as you think, reflect, and work hard for your goal, you will become the best you can be. Yes, father. I'm going to play. Long Qingxing left cheerfully. He liked to live on Dragon Sacrifice Continent and didn't like to go to the boring environment of Tower of Time. Instead, Long Lin liked it. After all, he was a Void Universe dragon. Like Long Chen, he spent most of his time in Tower of Time. Looking at the current situation, Long Lin seemed to have a better foundation. He would surpass Long Yan soon. In terms of personality, he was getting closer and closer to Long Chen. This was a good thing. A family needed a pillar in a generation, and Long Lin was just right. As for Long Yan, she was more playful. She might need to experience some things before fully maturing. Long Chen loved these three children very much, even more than he loved himself. Time passed. Sometimes, he would stop and communicate with Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Now, the myriad of worlds seemed to be very quiet. Under the observation of the Fourth Era Ancestral gods, demon ancestor Qiyu didn't make any movements. The rope that changed fate had become an unsolved mystery. However, Long Chen knew very well that there must be a pair of unknown eyes staring at him. Before completely destroying the Sky-Devouring clan, I can't slack at all. Although the Sky-Devouring clan was still imprisoned by the first ancestral dragon, Long Chen still felt that it had something to do with the Sky-Devouring clan. However, the Fourth Era Ancestral gods couldn't find them after searching through the myriad of worlds. Now, Long Chen was racing against the Sky-Devouring clan. If he succeeded, the myriad of worlds would be reborn. If he failed, the myriad of worlds would be destroyed, and everything would come to an end. Unexpectedly, after 6,000 years, which was about 6 months in the outside world, Long Chen was preparing to condense the origin of the fourth world in time when the Origin Dragon servant discovered new news. Long Chen, we found a steel bridge in the myriad of worlds. It's very strange. You must come and take a look. Strange, I've searched this place before, but there was no such steel bridge. Steel bridge? Long Chen didn't have a clue, but he trusted the Origin Dragon servant very much. If he found it strange, there must be something strange about it. Therefore, he came directly to the Dragonrite continent and experienced the incident with demon ancestor Qiyu. Now, the primal chaos ancestral god and the others said that no matter where Long Chen went, they would follow and guard both sides at all times. Primal Chaos Ancestral God, Primordial Battle Ancestor. Long Chen arranged accommodation for them on the Dragonrite continent. What's the matter? Long Chen actually came out from time to chat with them. My origin dragon servants said that they found a steel bridge somewhere in the myriad of worlds and asked me to go and take a look. Will the two of you go together? Steel bridge? Hearing these words, the Primal Chaos Ancestral God and Primordial Battle Ancestor appeared beside Long Chen. Their expressions were the same as Long Chen's. They were puzzled and confused. Do you have a clue? No. Then let's go and take a look. I'm the creator of the steel race. I should be able to see through steel objects, said Primordial Battle Ancestor. Long Chen and the two of them crossed the Death Realm and flew across the starry sky. Soon, they arrived at the location mentioned by the Origin Dragon servants. The Origin Dragon servants and the other dragon servants were here. The 8 dragon servants were surrounding an object that was about 100 meters long. When Long Chen and the other two approached, they found that it was indeed a pitch-black bridge made of some unknown material. It stretched across the starry sky, quiet and cold. This is it. It might be related to Primordial Battle Ancestor, said the Origin Dragon servant. Long Chen actually thought that he had understood the myriad of worlds, but he didn't expect that the myriad of worlds would give him such a huge surprise every time. For example, this steel bridge. Obviously, Long Chen felt that this steel bridge was made of a material that he couldn't understand. If he had to describe what it felt like, it was slightly similar to the key of the Jade Divine Realm. Apart from the Origin Dragon servant, the other dragon servants spread out and let Long Chen and the others observe carefully. Long Chen approached this divine object, touched and observed. There are billions of metallic objects in the myriad of worlds, but such a material has never appeared. It's not hard, but it seems to hide many secrets, said Long Chen. In the shape of a steel bridge, it looked very simple. However, they soon discovered some strange points. There were many relief sculptures on it. Those relief sculptures were actually in the shape of steel life forms. Although they were made of steel, they were also living beings. Long Chen counted. There were about 1,000 relief sculptures of steel life forms on the entire bridge. Some were big and some were small. Among them, the 2 biggest ones were gold and silver. They were the only embellishments on this black bridge. Chapter 3562. The Primordial War Ancestor saw it the most carefully. His platinum-colored steel face was expressionless, but one could feel that he was also very confused. He said, I'm familiar with the billions of steel materials in the myriad worlds, but this is the first time I've seen such a divine object. Moreover, it has the steel race's primitive worship on it. What's more strange is that although the carvings are of the steel race, they are slightly different from the original worship race. Long Chen said, could it be that there's another group of steel race in the universe? Just like the Golden War God race of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, there were many steel race scattered across the universe. However, they were all branches of the primitive worship race. But the Primordial War Ancestor said that the steel race was different, so it clearly had nothing to do with the primitive worship race. That's possible, the Primordial War Ancestor said cautiously. The Origin Dragon attendant was the one who knew the most. He thought for a moment and said, actually, before the epoch, there were many secrets in the universe. The 3rd epoch's origin cave is a secret passed down among the ancestor gods. I only learned of it by chance. The Fate Dragon attendant came here about a year ago, so it's certain that this bridge was born here within a year. Within a year? Everyone studied it for a long time. Primordial War Ancestor even dug out a piece of steel from it. When that piece of steel left the bridge, it melted like liquid and disappeared from the world. Amazing. The Primordial War Ancestor was very interested. Long Chen let him think. About 4 days later, the Primordial War Ancestor had a headache. Although the bridge was riddled with holes, he still hadn't found anything. If that's the case, we can try to destroy it. We haven't found anything anyway. The Chaos Ancestor's style was straightforward. Let me. The Primordial War Ancestor didn't hesitate. He was almost ready. He stood at the center of the bridge and clenched his platinum steel fist. Even without laws, the power of the origins of the six worlds would be a terrifying force when it struck the steel bridge. Although the steel was amazing, it wasn't as sturdy as imagined. Long Chen could destroy it in a few months. Boom! As soon as the fist made contact with the bridge, the entire bridge crumbled right before Long Chen's eyes, turning into countless particles of steel that enveloped Long Chen, the Origin Dragon Attendant, the Chaos Grand Elder, and the Primordial War Progenitor like smoke. It actually shattered? Long Chen thought that this clue might have been completely cut off. After all, it had already been shattered. Maybe we're overthinking it. This thing isn't that special. When the Chaos Ancestral God said that, he suddenly stopped. Because in that instant, all the steel particles seemed to have come to life, instantly sweeping around rapidly. In a very short time, it was as if a vortex had been formed, tearing apart the space of the infinite worlds, enveloping Long Chen and the other three. The entire space instantly collapsed, and with a loud hum, before Long Chen could resist, it was like the heaven-defying rope that changed fate, pulling Long Chen into another space. At that time, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He was worried that the fate-changing rope would appear again, or something similar. However, clearly, the Chaos Ancestral God and the Primordial War Progenitor did not resist. I'd like to know what will appear this time. This was the voice of the Chaos Ancestral God. With them around, Long Chen did not have to worry, because the Ancestral Gods were the supreme beings of the infinite worlds, the most powerful beings. With the most powerful beings by his side, who else could threaten him? And there were two of them. Origin Dragon Attendant. Long Chen pulled him back, not expecting him to come in too. Their surroundings shook again and again. Finally, when the shaking stopped, they appeared in a cloud. The first thing Long Chen did was to open the God Nation and let the Origin Dragon Attendant in. After all, the Origin Dragon Attendant's realm was not high, and in this unfamiliar environment, Long Chen was worried that he would be in danger. The connection between the life and death realms, the evil good and evil lake, etc., has been cut off again. Long Chen clearly felt this. This feeling was exactly the same as when he entered the Jade Divinity world. The connection between the ancestral dragon world was cut off, but the God Nation could still be opened. While he was in shock, the Chaos Ancestral God and the Primordial War Progenitor surrounded him. A miracle. These were the words of the Chaos Ancestral God. His voice was clearly full of shock, and this made Long Chen very curious. What did he see? When he carefully sensed his current position, Long Chen was also shocked. This feeling was extremely familiar. When he first came to the Jade Divinity world, it was like this too. Behind him, the Jade Divinity world was a stone wall. A huge, sealed stone wall, sealing the Jade Divinity world within the rock. But now, behind him was a steel wall. The thick steel wall was made of the same material as the bridge from before. But the problem was that the wall in front of him was unfathomably thick. The space he was in now was exactly the same as the Jade Divinity world, like the space inside a hollow egg. The biggest difference was that this world was much bigger, almost 1/10 the size of the infinite worlds. Moreover, the steel wall behind him was clearly more stable, absolutely sealing off this world, turning this world that was only 1/10 the size of the myriad worlds into an absolute paradise. This is the Jade Divinity world? The Yuan Stone Cave of the Third Era? The Chaos Ancestral God had heard Long Chen describe the Jade Divinity world, which was why he asked this question. In fact, he knew that this place was different from the Jade Divinity world. Of course not. The Jade Divinity world is surrounded by rock, but this is surrounded by steel. This place is much bigger and vaster than the Jade Divinity world. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was shrouded in a thick fog of various colors. In fact, this fog was made up of steel particles, but it was undeniable that this was spiritual qi. It was a spiritual qi that was much thicker than the Jade Divinity World's spiritual qi. Coming here, Long Chen seemed to see the world before the epoch. Through the endless thick steel fog, he could vaguely see a huge continent. The size of this continent was much bigger than the current dragon sacrificial continent. This world is so huge. The spiritual qi here is so thick. Even the primordial war ancestor felt extremely shocked and excited. Even the primordial war ancestor before the epoch wasn't as big as this world. The fourth epoch is only equivalent to about a quarter of this. According to this spiritual qi, even before the epoch, it surpassed all the fourth epoch worlds. It's just inferior to the dragon sacrificial continent. If I really have to rank it, I estimate that the level of this world is already close to the third epoch. This was the conclusion of the primordial war ancestor. The Jade Divinity world had already amazed Long Chen. He had never thought that there would be such a world among the myriad worlds. It was completely beyond his imagination. Even if this world was placed among the myriad worlds, it would be an absolute giant. The dragon sacrificial continent couldn't compare at all. Unless Long Chen restored the dragon sacrificial continent to its pre-epoch state. Fortunately, this shouldn't be a world created by the ancestor god. Otherwise, there would definitely be a third-era ancestor god in this world, Long Chen said with some lingering fear. How do you know that this isn't a world created by the ancestor god? The Chaos Ancestor God asked with a frown. If there was a third-era ancestor god, it would be a problem for them to leave safely today. Long Chen said, I guess this is a place similar to the Jade Divinity world, just bigger. The Jade Divinity world is a world born of myriad worlds. There is only the ancestor god of destruction, so I guess this place is the same. The people of the Jade Divinity world are all made of jade. If I'm not wrong, this should be the steel race carved on the bridge. Makes sense. The primordial war ancestor had already observed enough. At this time, the origin dragon attendant in the god nation said, hearing you say this, I think the Jade Divinity world is the third era Yuan Grotto. It was born directly in the third era. It's a completely sealed world hidden among the myriad worlds. In that case, I've actually guessed before. Other than the Jade God world, could there be other worlds born from the infinite worlds that are also hidden? Even the sky-swallowing clan doesn't know about them. I seem to have heard people guessing about the second era Yuan Grotto. Maybe the world you're in now is the second era Yuan Grotto. Chapter 3563. Actually, when this name appeared, Long Chen already knew that it should be the right person. The second era is Yuan Grotto, the third era is Yuan Grotto. If a grotto is born in every era of the worlds, then there are still many hidden in the worlds. However, if this is the case, the strongest destruction ancestor god in the fourth era's Yuan Grotto is probably the sixth era's ancestor god. The later ones are even less worth mentioning. But in this second era's Yuan Grotto, could there be a fourth era ancestor god? Chaos Ancestor God and Primordial War Ancestor also believed in the second era's Yuan Grotto. After all, there was no other explanation. This was also the most likely possibility. There are two of them. They are both destruction ancestor gods, and they seem to have noticed us, Chaos Ancestor God said solemnly. There are two fourth-era ancestor gods, and they are both destruction ancestor gods. Long Chen was deeply shocked. He could only say that this was really amazing. Don't think that this is just the world inside a grotto. On this huge continent, there are probably close to 1,000 destruction ancestor gods. That's right, there were about 1,000 steel race relief sculptures on the bridge. So they are these destruction ancestor gods. Long Chen originally thought that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was the only and strongest destruction ancestor god. He didn't expect there to be stronger ones. Fortunately, I have you two accompanying me this time. Otherwise, it would be over. However, even if there are two fourth-era ancestor gods, it is still a big problem. I have to be careful. The last time he went to the Jade Divinity realm, he had a purpose. This time, he came here purely by accident, and he didn't have any purpose. Fortunately, there were 2 fourth era's ancestral gods accompanying him. Otherwise, Longchen wouldn't know how to get out. If this is the case, with the 2nd era's Yuan Grotto and the 3rd era's Yuan Grotto, could there be a 1st era's Yuan Grotto? If it is the 1st era's Yuan Grotto, wouldn't there be a 3rd era destruction ancestor god? In the divine nation, the origin dragon attendant guessed. The 1st era was too far away. That was the only era in which the 1st ancestor dragon was born. Longchen still didn't quite believe it. After all, it was unlikely. It was still too early to talk about the 1st era's origin cave. More importantly, if this was the 2nd era's origin cave, then they would have to pass this trial first. Because at this time, because of the commotion when they first entered, and because the 2 4th era primordial ancestral gods didn't conceal their existence, the destruction ancestral gods of this world had already discovered their existence and were coming over in a grandiose manner. At the very front were 2 4th era destruction elder gods. Then, there would probably be around 10 5th era's ancestral gods. Just this place alone was more plentiful than the Jade God realm. The Jade God realm only had 1 Jade Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. After that, it was the 6th era's ancestral god. In any case, there were about 1,000 of them in total. However, because the Primal Chaos ancestral god and the Primordial War ancestral god were too powerful, only the 4th era's ancestral destruction ancestral god and the 5th era's ancestral destruction ancestral god dared to come forward. Today, to this sealed world, was definitely a super big event. It was a sealed world, and people thought that the entire world was everything. But suddenly, outsider elder gods appeared in the starry sky. Even the patriarchs who had been sealed in ice for millions upon millions of years were shocked. It was said that the 2 most ancient existences had appeared. Longchen stood between the Primal Chaos ancestral god and the Primordial War ancestral god and quietly welcomed their arrival. When this team broke through the clouds and revealed their figures, Longchen finally saw them clearly. As expected, they were all from the Steel race. Perhaps to the Primordial War ancestral god, they might be different, but to Longchen, he couldn't see any difference between the Primordial War ancestral god and these Steel race people. They were all Steel beings. Among them, the 2 at the front were the 4th era's ancestral destruction ancestral gods. One of them was pure gold, burly, and had an extremely complex body as if assembled from countless parts. There were countless dark golden divine patterns on it. The other was petite. Although she was from the Steel race, she still had a graceful feeling. Her divine body was closer to that of the human race. Although she was made of steel, she also had a body of flesh and blood. Those beautiful silver divine might also added some color to her. She even had a head of silver hair that danced in the wind. Apart from these 2, the other 5th era's ancestral destruction ancestral gods were also unique and had their own merits. Among the 10, about 2 were equivalent to the 5th era's ancestral god born at the beginning of the era. Longchen admitted that he wasn't their match. As for the others, if he went all out, he could probably deal with them. Just like that, the 2 sides collided in this steel cloud. It was very quiet. The Primordial War ancestral god was fine since he was also a steel being. However, the Primal Chaos ancestral god and Longchen clearly exceeded their expectations. In fact, the Primordial Chaos ancestral god also had a body of flesh and blood. It was just that it was difficult to see because he was surrounded by the elements of chaos. You are aliens from the dragon sacrificial realm. The silver-colored 4th era's mechanical yet agile voice said. Although the voice wasn't polite, it directly pierced into Longchen's body. That's right. We came from the dragon sacrificial realm and mistakenly entered this place. May I ask where this place is? The Primordial War ancestral god maintained vigilance and asked at the same time. They looked at each other. Seeing that Longchen and the others didn't seem to be hostile for the time being, they relaxed a little. At this time, the Golden One said in a deep voice, "This place is called the Ancestral Destruction Realm. We have lived here for billions of years. Although we have heard of the dragon sacrificial realm, no ancestral god of the dragon sacrificial realm has ever entered the ancestral destruction realm. It is said that according to your timeline, our world was born in the Second Era. You call this place the Second Era Grotto. As expected. However, no one from the dragon sacrificial realm had entered for billions of years. How would he know what the people of the dragon sacrificial realm called this place? This was Long Chen's question. I am the devilish silver ancestor, and this is the bright gold ancestor. The two of us are the supreme ancestral gods of the ancestral destruction realm. May I know how to address you too? The Fourth Era's ancestral god was obviously afraid of the primal chaos ancestral god and the primal war ancestral god. As for Long Chen, he didn't pay attention to him. I am the primal chaos ancestral god. I am the primal war ancestral god. They introduced themselves. The Fifth Era's ancestral god and the other ancestral gods in the distance all observed Long Chen with vigilance. At this time, the bright gold ancestor said solemnly, to be honest, the ancestral destruction realm has been peaceful for many years and has never experienced great turmoil. Because of your arrival today, the entire realm is in great turmoil. Although this is a little offensive, I still have to confirm. Did you say that you accidentally entered the ancestral destruction realm? The primal chaos ancestral god said, that's right. We found a steel bridge with thousands of steel rays carved on it. We couldn't understand it, so we destroyed the bridge. I didn't expect it to pull us here. Of course. We accidentally entered. Then what are your plans? Asked the devilish silver ancestor. The primal chaos ancestral god and the primal war ancestral god looked at each other and then at Long Chen. Long Chen said, don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards the ancestral destruction realm. We don't want any conflict, but we came here out of nowhere. It's a little chaotic now. If there's nothing else, our plan is to find a way to return to our dragon sacrificial realm. After all, we belong there. At this time, they noticed that Long Chen was standing between the two ancestral gods. The two ancestral gods were protecting him. Clearly, Long Chen's identity was special. They also vaguely noticed the enormous might hidden in Long Chen's bloodline. The destruction ancestral gods of the destruction ancestral domain glanced at each other. In the end, the luminous gold ancestor said seriously, to be honest, do you have a way to leave? The primal chaos ancestral god said, apart from blasting open this wall, there is no other way. What we want to ask is, do you have a way for us to leave? Back then, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor had a way, and the Origin Dragon Attendant could confirm it. But it was different now. The Origin Dragon Attendant couldn't confirm the existence of the other party. Judging from the current situation, the other party wanted nothing more than for Long Chen's group to leave as soon as possible. The devilish silver ancestor said, my apologies, we don't have a way for you to return. That's troublesome. As for breaking open this wall, I think, that's definitely not possible. However, we can at least confirm that the three of you have no ill intentions towards our world. Since that's the case, you are guests from afar. Why don't you come to the ancestral destruction realm and rest for a while we entertain you? It won't be too late to discuss leaving and find a way. That's right. It's rare for the ancestral destruction realm to have 3 guests of this level. We are very curious about the dragon sacrificial realm. Since we have the opportunity today, I hope you can do us the honor, said the bright gold ancestor. In fact, the more they feared Long Chen's group, the more they didn't want to bring them to the ancestral destruction realm. After all, that would be very dangerous for all living beings. But since they made this decision, it seemed like they trusted Long Chen's group. Chapter 3564. They arrived at the destruction ancestral realm. In this vast world that surpassed the Fourth Era, the destruction ancestral gods of the steel race, led by the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor, received Long Chen and the others. They were very enthusiastic. Perhaps it was also the first time in tens of billions of years that the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor had personally come to find guests. Even the countless living beings in the destruction ancestral domain knew about the arrival of the three visitors from outer space. The news spread easily. After all, the destruction ancestral gods were more likely to have connections with divine sovereigns and divine emperors. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100. The appearance of the two legendary ancestors was the most fortunate and incredible thing that had happened to the destruction race. Going back through countless eras, their ancestors had never seen the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor appear. Even the gods didn't dare to fly into the sky, fearing that they would accidentally blaspheme the might of the ancestor gods. Countless steel race beings were excited. Who would have thought that so many ancestors would appear? What are the backgrounds of those three visitors from outer space? How could they make the ancestors appear? It's said that there's an even bigger world outside our destruction ancestral realm, 10 times the size of our world. That's the biggest world. A world without end. A world without end. Those three ancestor gods came from that world. Which world? What's its name? It seems to be the dragon sacrificial realm. Then, are those three alien elder gods as powerful as our ancestor? How is that possible? The ancestors have existed for as long as the destruction ancestral realm. They had surpassed countless beings. In an ancient, simple palace, the two ancestor gods who stood at the peak of the world sat across from each other. Across from an ancient, pitch-black table were the ancestor gods of the steel race. They were machines and naturally couldn't show expressions, but their actions were warm. This is the item of our destruction ancestral realm, called the heavenly jade ancestral water. It has the effect of increasing the origin power of the world. It has a unique taste. Please have a taste. The other party welcomed them warmly. Long Chen had long been attracted by the exquisite nectar in the cups on the table. To be honest, this was something that couldn't be produced in the myriad worlds. It surpassed the level of primordial chaos treasures and primordial chaos immortal spirits. Such a divine object could only be born in a world like the ancestral land of destruction. Of course, the dragon sacrificial continent from before the epoch was also a possibility. Obviously, this was an extremely precious item. The fact that the other party took it out was also proof of his hospitality. Thank you. Long Chen tasted it. The aroma assailed his nostrils, and it was a little stimulating. It felt like a mortal drinking wine. This was a taste that Long Chen hadn't experienced in countless years. Most importantly, it was just as he had said. As soon as the heavenly jade ancestral water entered his mouth, it turned into a sweet spring. The pure primordial power entered the world's origin and was easily absorbed by the world's origin and converted into world origin energy. Only a mouthful of it was equal to dozens of years on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. If he had a large amount of heavenly jade ancestral water, Long Chen would probably be able to reach a new realm in no time. However, it was obvious that this kind of thing could only be born after billions of years. Both sides got to know each other and chatted. The bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor were very interested in such a world. They quickly asked about the current situation of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen also discussed with the primal chaos ancestor god and the primal war ancestor. The second era's primal grotto didn't know about the huge changes outside. The primal chaos ancestor gods said, the dragon sacrificial continent is naturally controlled by the dragon sacrificial continent. There are 10 ancestor dragons on the continent. Among them, the first and second ancestor dragons are even older than the destruction of the ancestral territory. Each of the 10 ancestor dragons is far stronger than us. Under their control, the myriad worlds are incomparably stable. This one is the new ancestor dragon of the dragon sacrificial continent. In the future, he will also be as powerful as the 10 ancestor dragons. After all, they didn't know what the other party's goal was. The matter of the sky-devouring clan was complicated, so the three of them decided not to talk about it first. After all, they had to be vigilant. I see. No wonder the two of you respect this young life so much. I didn't expect the dragon sacrificial continent to be so much stronger than we imagined. There should be more than 20 existences like you two in the dragon sacrificial continent, right? The bright gold ancestor asked. The primal war ancestor smiled. Although there are indeed more than 20, we are still not a match for the 10 ancestor dragons. It's said that the first ancestor dragon has the origins of 9 worlds. The second ancestor dragon has the origins of 8 worlds. The third and 10th ancestor dragons both have the origins of 7 worlds. Although the remaining ancestor dragons are the same as us, having the origins of 6 worlds, they were born much earlier than us. However, the scale of the destruction of the ancestral territory exceeds all the worlds of the dragon sacrificial continent apart from the dragon sacrificial continent. He first scared them, then praised them, so that they wouldn't lose face. Lying like this was actually the main purpose, but he was worried that these two had some thoughts about the myriad worlds. Although there wasn't much of such a possibility, it wouldn't be wrong to be on guard. Amazing. The ancestor dragons are truly amazing. The dragon sacrificial continent's order isn't without reason, the bright gold ancestor sighed repeatedly. The other 1,000 destruction ancestor gods were also in a state of deep shock. Originally, they thought that the 2 worlds could still be compared. Now, it seemed that the destruction of the ancestral territory clearly couldn't compare to the dragon sacrificial continent at all. It was like a small subsidiary of the dragon sacrificial continent. After discussing for a while, it was time to get to the main point. Right now, the other ancestor gods were paying the most attention to Longchen, so Longchen asked, "Seniors, to be honest, we have entered the destruction of the ancestral territory by mistake. Our friends and relatives in the dragon sacrificial continent will definitely be very anxious without any news of us. The 2 worlds are separated, so I think it's best for the 3 of us to return as soon as possible. I was just asking before, but now I want to confirm whether the 3 of us have a way to leave this place and return to the dragon sacrificial continent." "Yes, we must return," said the primal chaos ancestor. The primordial war ancestor naturally meant the same thing. After all, even if they occupied and destroyed the ancestral territory, it wouldn't be of much use to them. At this point, the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor looked at each other. In the end, the devil silver ancestor said, "My apologies, we really don't know how to send the 3 of you back. We can only ponder and research from now on." Longchen said, "With the 4 of your abilities, we can give it a try. If the 4 of you gather your strength, we might be able to break that steel wall. If that's the case, we should be able to return." "That won't do." The bright gold ancestor shook his head. "Why not?" Actually, based on what he said, this method should be possible. The bright gold ancestor was silent for a moment before saying, "If the wall is broken, the ancestral territory will become a part of the dragon sacrificial continent. We need to be responsible for our clansmen and descendants. After all, the dragon sacrificial continent is so powerful, and the 2 worlds are compatible. Clearly, the ancestor gods of the dragon sacrificial continent aren't the same as the 3 of you. We are also worried that it will greatly affect the dragon sacrificial continent. Such a major event that changes the fate of the dragon sacrificial continent needs to be carefully considered." It was reasonable for them to worry about this. Longchen communicated with them again, but they couldn't agree. In the end, the devil silver ancestor said, "Let's put this method aside for now. Since you can come in, there must be a way out. I think we can do this. You can rest here for a while, and the bright gold ancestor and I will look for a way. If there is any news, we will inform you. After such a long time, there are indeed some clues, but we don't want to go out, so we haven't delved into it. Then we'll have to trouble you." Since they weren't willing to open the passage between the dragon sacrificial continent and the dragon sacrificial continent, they couldn't force it. Moreover, Longchen and the others weren't sure what would happen if they entered the infinite worlds. The sky-devouring clans crisis hasn't been resolved yet. If they go to the infinite worlds, such a disaster will affect them, and they might even face the danger of extinction. This matter needs to be carefully considered. The other party had treated them with great hospitality, so Longchen also needed to be responsible for their future. The three of you, I have prepared a simple residence for you. Please follow me. Chapter 3565. The place the Ancestor of Destruction had arranged for them was a star in the sky of the ancestral land of destruction. It was built like a heavenly palace, and it was extremely prosperous and majestic. It's quieter here and won't be disturbed by the gods and devils of the mortal world. Please wait here for a few days. The devilish silver ancestor had arranged for them to stay here. The destroyed race was very polite to them. Looking down from this star, they could see the entire ancestral land of destruction. Longchen found this world to be extremely mystical. After the devilish silver ancestor left, the three looked at each other helplessly. Looks like we can only wait, Longchen said. If it really doesn't work out, I'm afraid we'll have to force them to open the passage. After all, we can't stay here for too long. The primal chaos ancestor god said. Although this was the case, Longchen still felt a little apologetic when the other party treated them with great hospitality and forced them into such a manner. Let's wait first. There will be a way out. The primal war ancestor wasn't in a hurry. After all, they had just entered. As for the myriad worlds, there were still a few dragon attendants around. With them passing on the message, there shouldn't be any problems. In the ancestral land of destruction. In the ancient palace that had previously hosted Longchen, the bright gold ancestor was waiting for the devilish silver ancestor to return. His expression was cold. Before long, the devilish silver ancestor appeared beside him. Did you send them to planet Cretaceous? The bright gold ancestor asked. Of course, they're resting now. The bright gold ancestor looked at the tiny white star in the sky and suddenly laughed. He shook his head. After so many years, the inheritor of the ancestral dragons has finally appeared. And he actually came to our ancestral land of destruction. Even the heavens are on our side. Yes, we didn't expect him to come at all. And we don't know what happened before the dragon sacrificial world epoch. 10 ancestral dragons? Aren't the 10 great ancestor dragons in tragedy now? The devilish silver ancestor's mercury-like face was filled with excitement. There were many destruction ancestor gods around, but most of them were listening to the conversation between the two of them. Perhaps only some of the 5th era ancestor gods could understand what they were saying. That's enough. The myriad worlds have already reached this level. Furthermore, since the inheritor of the ancestral dragon has entered our world, this is a great opportunity that has been presented to us. Of course, we have to treasure it. The two of us, exalted elder gods of destruction, have already cultivated to this level. Why would we be afraid of those elder gods of creation? It's been billions of years, and we've been trapped in a small place like the destruction ancestral realm. We're going crazy. Undying and indestructible, solitary and eternal. This was also a kind of pain. Even though he had become an elder god, his heart was still that of a mortal. The luminous gold ancestor raised his hand and shouted, 5th era's ancestor god, heed my command. Follow me to capture 3 otherworld ancestor gods. The other elder gods, assist me in activating the Annihilation Guardian formation and protect our Annihilation ancestral domain. Yes. Although most of the elder gods didn't know why, the long years of solitude had left them lonely and bored. Finally, there was this exciting moment. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, was finally boiling. Charge. The luminous gold ancestor, the devil silver ancestor, and more than 10 elder gods flew towards planet Chalk in the sky. The remaining destruction elder gods were scattered throughout the Annihilation ancestral domain. Imperceptibly, the Annihilation Guardian formation that the luminous gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor had prepared for countless years was activated. Of course, the ones truly maintaining the formation were the 2 4th era's primordial elder gods. At this time, the Annihilation ancestral domain underwent a tremendous change. A burst of light flashed, and billions of living beings were frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if everything had come to a standstill. Then, the entire continent began to twist, roll, and fold like a piece of cloth. Finally, it was completely sealed up and turned into a warship. It looked like a primitive warship, but it was colorful, and it was 4 times the size of a primitive warship from before the First Era. It was much larger than the primitive warships of the current era. All living beings, including the Elder Gods, were sealed inside the warship and within the Annihilation Guardian formation. Since it was a protective formation, it naturally wouldn't harm the living beings. In fact, the living beings didn't even know what was happening. They were frozen in place, as if they were in a deep slumber. When they woke up, the Annihilation Ancestral domain would probably return to its original state. This was a great mystique, a great nomological law, that could only be done to such an extent. On planet Chalk, Long Chen, the primordial Elder God, and the primordial Battle Ancestor were still searching for a way to leave this place. At that moment, they saw the transformation of the Annihilation Ancestral domain. What's going on? The 3 of them were stunned. The transformation had just begun, but in the blink of an eye, Long Chen and the others realized that something was amiss. I'm afraid the Destruction Clan isn't as simple as we thought. The primordial Elder God had just finished speaking when the entire planet Chalk beneath their feet suddenly exploded. All of a sudden, the entire continent turned into a torrent of gold and silver. The 2 torrents were like giant snakes that swallowed the sky and earth, instantly reaching Long Chen's surroundings. This was definitely the work of the 4th Era's primordial Elder God. Furthermore, it had been prepared for a long time. Wang. Among them, the golden torrent instantly wrapped around the primordial Elder God. Like amber, it began to solidify as it wrapped around the primordial Elder God. On the other side, the silver torrent wrapped around the primordial Battle Ancestor and also solidified. Of course, this method wasn't enough to control the 2 ancestor gods. Break. When the primordial Elder God and the primordial Battle Ancestor attacked, the 2 steel rocks trapping them instantly cracked and were about to explode. However, at that moment, 2 existences, 1 gold and 1 silver, appeared around the giant steel rocks. Boom! Each of their hands was pressing down on a steel rock. In an instant, their entire bodies safely fused into it and became a part of the gold and silver steel rocks. Instantly, the cracks healed. The steel rocks that were about to explode forcibly held on and completely trapped the primordial Elder God and the primordial Battle Ancestor. Boom boom boom. Within the steel rocks, the primordial Elder God and the primordial Battle Ancestor attacked frantically like bugs trapped in amber. However, this was probably the bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor's ultimate move. They couldn't escape for the time being. This was actually a sealing technique that the bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor had used all their strength. After all, their entire bodies had fused into the steel rocks and could only trap the 2 4th Era's primordial Elder Gods. They couldn't do anything else. The 2 4th Era's destruction ancestor were using all their strength to trap the primordial Elder God and the primordial Battle Ancestor. What was the meaning of this? Even now, Long Chen didn't understand. Bright gold ancestor. Devilish silver ancestor. What are you doing? The primordial Elder God and the others were also very depressed. This was baffling. Why did the other party go all out and use such a method to trap the 2 of them? Long Chen also wanted to ask this question. However, he discovered that while the primordial Elder God and the primordial Battle Ancestor were being held back, 10 5th Era's primordial Elder Gods appeared around them. They were staring at him, and their target was clearly him. Furthermore, the bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor were also holding back the 2 4th Era's creation ancestor gods. Their target was clearly Long Chen. How can this be? No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand. Although they greeted him with a smile, Long Chen had encountered many cases of violence later on. But today, he really couldn't understand the reason. Clearly, the other party was taking a risk. Moreover, their target was Long Chen. Their target is me? Longchen secretly conversed with the primordial elder god and the primordial battle ancestor. How can this be? Don't worry, I'll break free of this bright gold ancestor's entanglement. The primordial elder god was furious. This bright gold ancestor was like a maggot attached to the bone. Instead of fighting, he was inexplicably pestering him. The primordial elder god and the bright gold ancestor fought intensely, but the other party was already prepared. Therefore, no matter how strong the primordial elder god was, he couldn't break free immediately. On the other side, the primordial battle ancestor was the same. Capture him. The bright gold ancestor had already ordered the 10 fifth era's primordial elder gods. In their eyes, Longchen was only the 6th era's primordial elder god. Although he had 3 inheritances, it was equivalent to 1 6th era's primordial elder god and 2 7th era's primordial elder gods. Therefore, the 10 fifth era's primordial elder gods had to make sure nothing went wrong. Chapter 3566. Have you all gone mad? Why are you doing this for no reason? The 2 4th era's primordial ancestral gods were entangled. Around them were 10 5th era ancestral gods. The weakest here was at the level of the Jade Emperor Celestial Arch. In addition, the devilish silver ancestor had split off a nomological law that stared at Longchen. Clearly, that nomological law was the real thing to deal with Longchen. That nomological law made Longchen feel like he could control his soul. That was the enemy's biggest plan. When you surrender, you will naturally understand. The 5th era's ancestral god couldn't be bothered to argue with Longchen, so they naturally had to make the best use of their time. Instantly, 10 5th era's ancestral gods and a nomological law that looked like the devilish silver ancestor charged towards Longchen. Clearly, they didn't want to reveal it before they succeeded. Longchen, these 2 fellows are fighting us with all their might. They probably won't be able to break free in a short time. However, these 2 can't attack you at all. Their target is you. Do you have a way to avoid these 5th era ancestral gods and stall for time? At this critical moment, the Chaos ancestral gods could only pin their hopes on Longchen. If Longchen could stall for time, then there was nothing to worry about. Although they didn't know what the enemy's goal was, they could only deal with it now. No problem. The key was Longchen. Here, there were 2 5th era ancestral gods who were born at the beginning of an era. 3 were equivalent to the middle of an era, and 5 were equivalent to the end of an era. At the end of an era, such as the Jade Emperor Celestial Ancestor Yang Mei, Longchen could easily deal with them. As for the beginning of an era, although they weren't as strong as the Qiyu Demon Ancestor, they were still quite terrifying. In a head-on battle, Longchen would definitely lose. The only way was to escape. No wonder the destruction ancestral territory was sealed and they brought me to this star. They were prepared. I can't use the destruction ancestral territory to threaten them now. Fortunately, the destruction ancestral territory is big enough, 1/10 the size of the infinite worlds, enough for me to escape. Time. He was proficient in the laws of time and could reverse time. Forbidden world. When the 10 ancestral gods of the 5th era rushed over, Longchen directly set up the time freeze law of the forbidden world in the entire area. At this time, the other party couldn't surround her, so Longchen directly escaped. Don't go. The 10 5th era's ancestral gods and the devilish silver ancestors' nomological laws quickly chased after them. The forbidden world wouldn't be able to hold back so many elder gods. All it did was obstruct their footsteps. Especially the laws of the devilish silver ancestor. It was an ice-cold steel, and Longchen found it even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the 2 5th era ancestral gods who were close to the Qiyu demon ancestor. What I really need to avoid is this. All living beings. Soon, the 2 fastest elder gods were about to close in on Longchen. Longchen had an enormous advantage in terms of the edicts, and he was able to quickly unleash the power of life from his ring of life. The 2 elder gods in the lead weren't paying attention, and instantly, wild grass began to grow out of their bodies. The leaves of the grass were as sharp as blades, and like sea urchins, the two elder gods exploded, riddling them with holes. Ugh! The two strongest elder gods cried out in pain as they destroyed the wild grass. However, this also delayed their speed. They had underestimated Long Chen. They had never expected that Long Chen would be able to escape from their clutches. Therefore, they were hit right from the start, and even the other fifth era's ancestral gods had overtaken them. The entire destruction ancestral dominion was filled with a thick steel mist. Long Chen could travel billions of kilometers in a flash. The other party was relentless in their pursuit, and Long Chen kept changing positions. Fortunately, this world was large enough, and there were many stars to obstruct him. Long Chen was proficient in many nomological concealment. After a while, he completely escaped the line of sight of the fifth era's ancestral gods. However, he still had to move quickly in order to avoid the frenzied pursuit of the fifth era's ancestral gods. Do you know why? Long Chen asked the Origin Dragon attendant. I don't know, but the Jade Emperor Celestial Arch doesn't want to let you off. Of course, that's because of the smelting divine cauldron. As for the steel race, I think it's related to your ancestral dragon legacy. Although I don't know what effect it has on them. That makes sense. Regardless, I should wait for the Primal Chaos Ancestral God and the Primordial War Ancestral God to escape first. Long Chen didn't expect to have a conflict with the ancestor gods of destruction here, so for the time being, he just kept moving his position, traveling around the entire world, making those ancestor gods who were chasing after him miss. Long Chen's escape was a huge surprise to the Bright Gold Ancestral God and the Devil Silver Ancestral God. They had a bad start, but they didn't give up. This kid won't be able to escape for long. We were careless before, the Bright Gold Ancestral God said indifferently. I say, is this really interesting? What exactly do you want? The Primal Chaos Ancestral God said as he destroyed the shackles around him. He had been a little nervous before, but now that he saw Long Chen successfully escape, he felt much more at ease. He understood Long Chen and knew that Long Chen was quite formidable when it came to escaping. Humph. The Bright Gold Ancestral God and the Devil Silver Ancestral God ignored him. Perhaps before they succeeded, they didn't even want to say their goal. Forget it if you don't want to say it. In any case, you won't succeed. The Primal Chaos Ancestral God didn't want to ask anymore. Instead, his attacks rose to another level. Even the Bright Gold Ancestral God, who was trying his best to trap him, felt a headache coming on. Rumble. Long Chen approached the Destruction Ancestral Domain and tried to attack it. However, he discovered that he couldn't break through it with his current strength, so he immediately gave up and moved. Spread out and find him. Immediately. Under the Bright Gold Ancestral God's orders, they split into 3 or 4 groups and patrolled the entire Second Era Yuan Stone. It was clear that the Bright Gold Ancestral God and the others couldn't control them for long. Success or failure depended on themselves. It was indeed difficult to find Long Chen with 10 people gathered together. We'll seal off a few directions and do a carpet search. We must find him. The Fifth Era's ancestral god used the law to search the entire Second Era Yuan Stone. Everywhere they went, space was torn apart and stars were destroyed. Endless explosions swept through the entire stone cave. Of course, the beings of the Destruction Clan couldn't hear it because they were all frozen. The Destruction Ancestral Domain was deathly silent. Hee. Long Chen was looking forward to them separating. If they didn't separate, he wouldn't have dared to appear and could only escape. Now that they separated, he could counterattack and buy more time for the Primal Chaos Ancestral God and the others. He kept moving and shuttling. At this time, a team of 3 people appeared in his field of vision. All 3 were from the Steel race. Long Chen recognized these 2. At the banquet, the Fifth Era's ancestral god had introduced them one by one. The one on the far left was humanoid. His body shone like a star and was blue in color. He was considered beautiful among the steel race. His name was Star Ancestral God. His world origin power should be equivalent to the Jade Emperor Celestial Arch. The one in the middle was the strongest, probably equivalent to the Middle Era. This was a steel ant. It was crimson and seemed to have billions of suns burning within its body. Its name was Red Gold Ancestral God. The last one was humanoid. His body was similar to a human girl. He was beautiful and had 2 silver eyes. He was similar to the Devil Silver Ancestral God, but the Devil Silver Ancestral God's color was darker. Her eyes were big. Her name was Milky Way Ancestral God. Star Ancestral God, Red Gold Ancestral God, and Milky Way Ancestral God. Among them, Red Gold Ancestral God was the strongest. Long Chen was confident of defeating the other 2. Red Gold Ancestral God, on the other hand, would probably have to fight a hard battle. Long Chen checked his surroundings. The closest one is some distance from here. I have about 60 breaths of time. I will try to take these 3 as hostages within this time. That will be a great trump card. But with Red Gold Ancestral God here, it will be a great challenge. Whether or not I succeed will depend on luck. Now, only Massacre had 4 world origins. That allowed Long Chen to step into the 6th era's Ancestral God realm. The 3 world origins were almost equivalent to these 3 opponents. Let's end this quickly. Chapter 35-67. If he wanted to attack, he had to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. The Crimson Gold Ancestor, the Milky Way Ancestor, and the Astral Ancestor had yet to discover Long Chen. This was a small corner of the Destruction Ancestral territory. The other 7 5th-era Ancestral Gods had scattered to other places. This was a great opportunity for Long Chen. Swoosh! Long Chen disappeared in a flash. Using the rules of time, his speed was faster than light. The Massacre sword in his hand already had 4 worlds' origins, and it was currently shining with a cold light. Blood light shone. Swoosh! It's him. Long Chen. The Crimson Gold Ancestor was the first to sense Long Chen's presence. However, Long Chen's main target was not him. The 3 of them split up slightly. Long Chen's first target was the Astral Ancestor. After hearing the Crimson Gold Ancestor's exclamation, the Astral Ancestor also sensed Long Chen's sneak attack. He could not care too much. Most Destruction Ancestral Gods were very good at fighting. At this moment, he suddenly turned and released the rules in his hand. Milky Way Steel Formation. In an instant, countless stars shone in the surroundings. These stars were all made of steel and had a tremendous force. They were densely packed and surrounded the Astral Ancestor, even forming a new world. The countless stars moved restlessly as if they were going to explode at any moment, forming a destructive attack. Naturally, the other 5th-era Ancestral Gods had already found out about Long Chen's location and rushed over. Hold him back. You must not let him escape. Everyone's voices echoed throughout the entire Destruction Ancestral territory. 9 Deaths Massacre Sword. Long Chen had long been prepared. His attack would naturally be before the Astral Ancestor. In fact, the prowess of his 4 worlds' origins was not much weaker than the Astral Ancestors in terms of strength alone. Rumble. The 9 beams of sword chi formed into 9 blood-colored sword chi dragons that filled the sky. They roared as the 9 beams of sword chi slammed into the steel stars, causing them to explode. The prowess of the Astral Ancestor was about the same as that of the Jade Emperor and could be considered to be slightly weaker. Although the Astral River Steel Formation was amazing and steel was everywhere, forming a shield that blocked off Long Chen's path, it was unable to block much of the Astral River Steel Formation. Under the impact of the 9 Deaths Massacre Sword, the Astral River Steel Formation exploded and shattered. Countless steel fragments and killing sword chi struck the Astral Ancestor's body. So. The Astral Ancestor let out a few painful cries, already riddled with holes. The blood-colored massacre sword cheese turned into sword cheese currents that seethed around him, completely sealing off his escape routes. Defeated in one move. The Crimson Gold Ancestor and the Milky Way Ancestor were about to assist the Astral Ancestor in retaliating, but they had not expected such an outcome. Bang! Their hearts thumped violently, and the intense shock in their hearts caused the two ancestral gods of the Fifth Era to be momentarily stunned. During this moment of shock, Long Chen had already dashed up to the Astral Ancestor. Time Heart Lock. In an instant, the time chains wrapped around the Astral Ancestor, piercing through his flesh and bones, sealing him up tightly. This caused the Astral Ancestor to be unable to move and even be unable to recover from his injuries. Firstly, the massacre sword cheese were still going on a rampage in his body. The sealing powers of time caused his body to come to a standstill and be completely controlled by Long Chen. Save me! Swoosh! The Astral Ancestor was greatly astonished. He had only managed to say 2 words when he was dragged into the divine country by Long Chen using time. After all, the Astral Ancestor was unable to wreak havoc. The first battle was considered an easy success. However, the Crimson Gold Ancestor and the Milky Way Ancestor were only stunned for a moment. When Long Chen took away the Astral Ancestor, they had arrived and attacked at the same time. The situation was urgent and they could only unleash all their abilities. It had been many years since they had such a critical moment. Even they were a little rusty. Crimson Gold Smelting Furnace. The huge steel fire ant's cultivation was the thickest. In a fit of rage, the entire world turned into a steel smelting furnace. Endless steel burning with terrifying flames was born in the surroundings, turning into millions and millions of swords that flew wildly in the surroundings. They then completely locked onto Long Chen and attacked violently. Steel and flames fought together. Milky Way Torrent. On the other side, the Milky Way Ancestor turned into an ocean. It was a liquid metal ocean that worked together with the Crimson Gold Ancestor. When countless flaming swords and sabers charged toward Long Chen, on the other side, the Milky Way Torrent charged over. Wherever it passed by, space would be torn apart and all living things would evaporate. This scene was like the fusion of water and fire. It was extremely terrifying. Standing in the middle, Long Chen could almost smell the scent of death. However, he let out a cold laugh. This was nothing. Surrender, or you'll lose your life, the Crimson Gold Ancestor said sarcastically. Long Chen did not respond. The opponent's attack was so fierce that he could not respond at this time. He held the massacre sword in his hand and began to dance in the starry sky. In an instant, sword light soared into the sky and shattered. The entire world seemed to be raining blood. Cosmic blood rain. This was a new nomological law that Long Chen had comprehended from the massacre nomological law over the past 6,000 years. Where the long sword pointed, the cosmic blood rain. In that instant, Long Chen turned into a phantom and disappeared from this world. Between this world and this part of the universe, endless blood rain actually rained down. For a moment, the world was moved. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The cosmic blood rain poured down. Each raindrop contained 800 billion strands of sword chi of slaughter. Billions of raindrops rained down violently. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's massacre sword chi poured down to the extreme. Pust. Whether it was the Crimson Gold Smelting Furnace or the Milky Way Torrent, they were instantly pierced through by the cosmic blood rain. Moreover, they were riddled with holes. In a very short period of time, these two attacks completely annihilated Long Chen. Like 2 mounds of dirt, they were washed clean by the storm. The massacre sword chi was unstoppable. Ugh! Under the storm, the Milky Way Ancestor and the Crimson Gold Ancestor struggled to resist. They were like mortals going up against a thunderstorm. The Milky Way Ancestor was unable to fend them off and was soon riddled with holes. Long Chen easily arrived beside him, extended the time, and sealed the Milky Way Ancestor. He strung the Milky Way ancestor together with the astral ancestor and threw them into the divine country. Although the Milky Way ancestor did not die, he was seriously injured and his mind was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps if they had known from the start that Long Chen was so difficult to deal with, they would not have made such a plan. Now, before the others had arrived, two of the fifth era's primordial ancestor gods were being held hostage by Long Chen. How can this be? Terrifying. Terrifying. The Crimson Gold ancestor found it extremely difficult to resist. When he saw that the Milky Way ancestor had also been held hostage by Long Chen, he felt a lingering fear and fled in a panic. As he fled, he shouted, "Everyone! This Long Chen is extremely powerful. The three of us are not his match at all." Before he could finish speaking, he stopped abruptly. He was the only one left. Of course, Long Chen would not let him escape. As he fled, Long Chen held the massacre sword in his hand and smirked coldly. This time, apart from the terrifying cosmos blood rain, he had also comprehended another law. Epic killing art. Whoosh! With the aid of the law of time, he was extremely fast. With a slash of his sword, the Crimson Gold ancestor's head flew off. Why can't I block it? So fast. The fleeing Crimson Gold ancestor was instantly heavily injured. While he was in shock, time penetrated his body, and he became the third fifth era's primordial ancestor god who had been strung together in time. Of course you can't block it. If you could, it would prove that you are more powerful than me. But you are far from it. The epic killing art was simply unstoppable. It was also a powerful assassination weapon. Perhaps only someone at the level of the Qiyu demon ancestor could guarantee that he could block Long Chen. As for the Qiyu demon ancestor, he was actually very close to the fourth era's primordial ancestor god. Step by step, Long Chen was approaching the peak of the myriad worlds. By the time he finished off the three fifth era's primordial ancestor gods and strung them together, not much time had passed. The remaining fifth era's primordial ancestor gods had yet to catch up. Too slow. With a flash, Long Chen fled the battlefield. Now, he had basically controlled the situation. The Luminous Gold ancestor and the Devil Silver ancestor were unable to do anything to the Primal Chaos ancestor and the Primordial War ancestor. As for the remaining fifth era's primordial ancestor gods, if Long Chen did not take the initiative to appear, they would not be able to catch up. Let's go. Not long after, the seven fifth era's primordial ancestor gods arrived on the battlefield. However, when they saw the aftermath of the battle, they were all dumbfounded. Not much time had passed since they discovered Long Chen's traces, but Chapter 3568. Gather together and don't scatter. Find him. Use all your methods. The bright gold ancestor's furious voice spread throughout the destruction ancestral zone. It caused countless space and stars to tremble. He and the devilish silver ancestor had turned into steel to imprison the chaos ancestral god and primordial war ancestor. They could not afford to be distracted at all. Otherwise, the plan would be useless if the chaos ancestral god and primordial war ancestor escaped. With their ability, they were naturally clearly aware that Long Chen had defeated three progenitor ancestral gods of the fifth era in an extremely short period of time, and he'd created a miracle by taking three hostages. The chaos ancestral god had been a little worried at first, but there was even less to worry now. He was even quite relaxed, saying with a mocking smile, "You really are laughable. You can underestimate anyone, but you can't underestimate him. Do you still want to continue? I don't think there's a need. If this goes on, you'll only be humiliating yourselves. I'm still curious. What is your goal? There's no need to hide it at this point." The bright gold ancestor gritted his teeth. It's still early. Victory hasn't been decided. Don't be too pleased. I want to see what other methods you have to capture Long Chen. Boom boom boom. The chaos ancestral god and primordial war ancestor continued to attack. At this rate, the bright gold ancestor and the others would not be able to hold on. At this moment, the two pieces of steel were already cracking continuously. On the other side, the two fourth-era ancestral gods were about to escape. If the shockwaves of the battle reached the destruction ancestral zone, it might not be able to stop the two fourth-era ancestral gods. On the other side, the 7 fifth-era ancestral gods searched bitterly but could not find Long Qin. Even if they found traces of him, Long Qin could leave in an instant. Now that they had something on him, Long Qin planned to waste time like this. In any case, the Chaos Ancestral God and the others would deal with him. He just had to ensure his own safety. Devilish Silver, I'm going to use 100,000 years of cultivation to use that move. The bright gold ancestor said through gritted teeth. Perhaps, this was their only chance. If we weren't suppressing these two, we wouldn't need to use 100,000 years of cultivation. However, this is all we can do. The Devilish Silver ancestor nodded. This was their only chance. It was something that could be executed normally, but now, he had to split his 100,000 years of cultivation to execute it. In a moment of desperation, the bright gold ancestor did as he said. At this moment, a piece of metal suddenly split off and condensed into the bright gold ancestor's appearance. This was the bright gold ancestor's 100,000 years of cultivation. Not good. The Chaos Ancestral God naturally knew that the 100,000 years of cultivation was targeted at Long Qin. He had no choice but to use his trump card. Because the luminous gold ancestor was distracted, the damage to the steel became worse. Once the primal Chaos Ancestor came out, there was nothing he could do. There wasn't much time left. The split luminous gold ancestor shone brightly in the starry sky. Just like the inextinguishable sun that could destroy the ancestral domain. Golden sound freeze. A natural law from the fourth era swept out. Ding. It was a sound, a crisp sound that reverberated throughout the starry sky in a very short period of time. Everyone could hear it. When the voice rang out, the bright gold ancestor's 100,000 years of cultivation turned to ashes. All of his power was contained within the laws. The terrifying effect of this natural law was, when Long Qin heard that crisp sound, the natural law attacked his body. He couldn't resist it at all. He couldn't escape this golden sound freeze no matter where he went. Wang. In an instant, thousands of golden runes spread from his ears and instantly engulfed his entire body. Those golden runes locked onto Long Qin, causing Long Qin to shine with a golden light that was comparable to the bright gold ancestors. Naturally, his location in the starry sky was instantly exposed. The 7 fifth era's primal ancestor gods easily knew where he was. In an instant, they had found Long Qin's location and chased after him with all their might. If that was all, Long Qin wasn't worried. What was more terrifying was that this natural law was called Golden Sound Freeze, and the key was the last word, freeze. That's right, Long Qin had been frozen in the starry sky and wouldn't be able to move for a short period of time. The bright gold ancestor had spent 100,000 years of power just to freeze Long Qin. This is going to be troublesome. Long Qin realized that this was troublesome. Now that the 5th era's primal ancestor gods had surrounded him, the only thing he could do was expel this natural law. After all, he wasn't that far away from the bright gold ancestor. Long Qin, wait a moment. We'll be there soon. The primal ancestor god transmitted his voice. No problem. Although it was troublesome, Long Qin wasn't scared. He was using his 3-world origin forces to resist the Golden Sound Freeze's natural law. Both sides engaged in an intense battle on Long Qin's body. Slaughter, time, and life condensed into streaks of sword energy that attacked the golden runes. After countless attacks, he used the cosmic blood rain. After all, this Golden Sound Freeze wasn't the bright gold ancestor's full power. Furthermore, it covered such a large area, so there was no reason it couldn't be expelled. Of course, it needed time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was a dangerous moment. After about 30 breaths of time, the the 7 ancestral gods of the 5th era arrived together. They were all extremely excited and pleasantly surprised. To them, this was the best chance to complete their mission. Surround him, someone ordered. In an instant, Long Chen's escape route was completely sealed. The 7 5th era's primal ancestor gods appeared around him and set up natural laws so that Long Chen couldn't escape. After the 7 5th era's primal ancestor gods arrived, Long Chen also saw a split body of the devilish silver ancestor. She had probably been searching for Long Chen all this time and had finally appeared. She stood coldly to the side, probably waiting for an opportunity. Clearly, if they wanted to kill him, the fatal blow would be delivered by her. Everyone, I'm out of ideas now. You guys have won. But you have to let me know why, right? Long Chen could already speak while he was struggling. Ignore him. He's stalling for time. Let's attack together so that he can't retaliate first. The bright gold ancestor had fought for this opportunity with great difficulty, so they were also extremely nervous. These two were equivalent to the 5th era's primal ancestor gods born at the beginning of the epoch. One of them was a woman with a gorgeous divine body that had 9 colors and was covered in halos. If the steel race was divided into beauty and ugliness, then this should be the most beautiful of them all. Long Chen remembered her. Her name was the 9-color ancestor. The other was a dark-skinned youth who looked like a skinny iron rod. However, this person was even more terrifying. He should be the strongest below the bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor. At this moment, he was sealing Long Chen on the other side. This person was called the ghost steel ancestor. Boom! At this moment, the ghost steel ancestor charged over and punched Long Chen. Long Chen's divine body immediately cracked and almost exploded. The power of a simple punch was heaven-defying. Let's injure him together. All the ancestor gods swarmed forward. They didn't want to kill Long Chen, but to control him. Therefore, at this time, the devilish silver ancestor's clone was still in the periphery, but it seemed like he was ready to charge forward. It seemed like Long Chen was finished. However, at this moment, a miracle happened. After his desperate resistance and the ghost steel ancestor's punch, Long Chen completely broke through the rules set by the golden sound. Although he was injured, it was only enough to restore his mobility. To Long Chen, it wasn't a big deal. Tai Chi life body. After entering this state, Long Chen did 2 things. The first was, of course, to use the Tai Chi life body to make himself indestructible. As long as he didn't die from his injuries, they would soon be nourished and healed. The second thing was that all the 5th era's ancestral gods were attacking him in a frenzy, so there was no time for him to escape. Long Chen was rather straightforward. He used time to chain the crimson gold ancestor and the other 2 ancestral gods in front of him, completely protecting him. If they wanted to injure him, they had to kill these 3 first. Retreat. Chapter 35-69. By now, Long Chen had mostly recovered. His left hand gripped time, which had the ancestor of pure gold wrapped around it. His right hand gripped slaughter. Both defense and attack. It was truly amazing. Long Chen didn't say anything else. At this time, there was still one more 5th era ancestral god who hadn't finished withdrawing and was attacking. Long Chen grabbed the 3 ancestral gods and seized the opportunity to attack. Era killing art. Rip. A head flew out. Long Chen heavily injured another 5th era ancestral god. Time shot over and wrapped around him. That person panicked and couldn't escape from Long Chen's imprisonment. Almost half of the 10 5th era ancestral gods were imprisoned by Long Chen. Only 6 were left. They had just been threatened by Long Chen to stop. They didn't expect another 5th era ancestral god to fall into Long Chen's hands. Damn it. How can he move? This guy is so cunning and has a weakness. What should we do? Even the 9-colored ancestor panicked. The 6 of them didn't know what to do. After all, any attack would determine the life or death of the fifth-era ancestral god. They were clearly aware how difficult it was to become a grand ancestral god of the fifth era. They were all destruction ancestral gods. They had cultivated step by step for billions of years. Only after a long time had they cultivated 5 world origins. Now, 4 lives were in Long Chen's hands. With Long Chen's savagery, he might really kill them. After all, destruction ancestral gods were different from creation ancestral gods. Everyone, be obedient. Swords have no eyes. You don't have a chance now. My 2 seniors are about to be freed as well. If you don't believe me, please take a look. Long Chen had captured 4 people. Although it had been dangerous, he was now in control of the whole situation. Everyone saw that the bright gold ancestor was in an unprecedented state. It was clear that he was under great pressure. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to bear it in the next moment. Bright gold ancestor, devil silver ancestor. What should we do? At this juncture, they couldn't make a decision. Only the bright gold ancestor and devil silver ancestor could make the decision. When Long Chen broke the golden Mingding, the bright gold ancestor almost vomited blood in anger. Now that life and death were hanging by a thread, the chances were getting slimmer. He roared, "Kill them. Ignore them and let the devil silver puppet succeed." Yes. The ghost iron ancestor's expression turned savage. At this moment, the ghost iron ancestor's face turned hideous. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't have a chance. The magic silver puppet followed behind them. The ancestral gods of the fifth era that Long Chen controlled were relatively weak. The other side had the ghostly metal ancestor and the 9-colored ancestor, so they were much stronger. In a direct confrontation, the ghostly metal ancestor alone could kill Long Chen. Now that it had come to this, the 6th Fifth Era's primordial ancestral gods had charged over once more, and Long Chen was helpless as well. Epic killing art. He grabbed hold of the elder god of destruction, and without saying a word, he stabbed the slaughter art into his body, finding the location of the essence of his world. He used the epic killing art to shatter the essence of his world and slay the elder god's soul. In the blink of an eye, the terrified elder god of the 5th epoch was reduced to ashes by Long Chen. This was the first ancestor god Long Chen had killed. There was nothing he could do. It had been a long time since he had killed someone. This is the first. After killing it, he hurriedly retreated. With his control, even if the other side surrounded him, they might not be able to stop him. Only the 9-colored ancestor and the ghost iron ancestor posed a greater threat to him. Kuei metal ancestor. Perhaps they hadn't expected Long Chen to actually kill them. When they saw the Kuei metal ancestor perish before their eyes, they were stunned and their hearts went cold. In truth, they might have felt that today's operation wasn't that important. Now, only one had died. If the remaining 3 all died, then even if they won in the end, what would be the point? If you come again, I won't be polite with the 3 of them. Long Chen's epic killing art was already on the Milky Way ancestor's neck. He was waiting for the other to continue attacking, and then he would begin the next round of slaughter. If the other really didn't care about anything, then he would be killing himself if he continued to be polite. If he killed all 4, then he could think of a way to escape. And the time he had bought was more than enough. Milky Way. The Gosternsteel ancestor was the first to stop. The Milky Way ancestor was actually his lover, which made things much easier. With him stopping, and the other 5th epochs trembling, the 6 elder gods once again stopped fighting. Now that Long Chen didn't have to kill any more elder gods. Beast, let go of Milky Way. The ghost iron ancestor's eyes were fierce, and the starry sky behind him was completely shattered. It was clear how angry he was. Long Chen said, "Ghost iron ancestor, think about it carefully. I have no intention of becoming enemies with all of you. You forced me to kill one of you just now. As for the Milky Way ancestor, I'm the same as you. I don't want to kill her as long as you don't force me. If she dies in battle, then you'll be the one to kill her. I feel that now that things have come to this, you should at least let me know what you want. Was this matter really more important than the lives of these 4 people? Or is it the selfish desires of the luminous gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor? Long Chen's words hit the nail on the head. The ghost iron ancestor had been extremely agitated, but now he was stunned. The remaining 6 ancestor gods all looked at each other. What are you waiting for? Attack! The luminous gold ancestor's berserk voice reverberated, causing the entire starry sky to shatter. However, the 6 of them didn't move. They were watching Long Chen's slaughter, their hearts in turmoil. All of them were going crazy. Ghost Iron Ancestor, tell me. What's the reason? What's the point? Long Chen asked in a clear voice. Even now, he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. He was quite speechless. I. The Ghost Iron Ancestor hesitated. The pressure from the luminous gold ancestor was increasing. He struggled and said, I'll tell you, but you have to promise to let them go. I can't let them go, but I can let the Milky Way ancestor go. Long Chen still wanted to keep his trump card. No, I can't say it now. The 9-colored ancestor interrupted him. Her colorful eyes stared at Long Chen and she said in a sharp voice, You don't need to scare us. I'll attack. With that, she charged at Long Chen alone. It seemed that she didn't care about the lives of the hostages in Long Chen's hands. The others didn't dare to attack. The 9-colored ancestor charged forward. Seeing this, Long Chen didn't say a word. He prepared to kill the Milky Way ancestor. However, at this time, the Ghost Iron ancestor roared and knocked the 9-colored ancestor away. Stop! The Ghost Iron ancestor roared mournfully after resolving the crisis for Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to kill. As long as he wasn't in danger, he could just drag things out. In any case, the primal chaos ancestral god was just a little bit weaker. The luminous gold ancestor didn't even have time to give orders. It was obvious how troublesome it was. No matter what, this strange plan of yours is destined to fail. Long Chen said. However, he had miscalculated. He had been paying attention to the 6 5th-era ancestral gods and hadn't paid much attention to the devil silver puppet. By the time Long Chen noticed it, the devil silver puppet had already blinked in front of him. This was the devil silver ancestor's final attack. She had been pretending to be weak earlier because she was waiting for Long Chen to be careless. After all, this was a part of the devil silver ancestor. It was naturally even more terrifying than the surrounding 5th-era ancestral gods. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, countless needles sprouted out of the devil silver puppet's body. Without saying a word, she wrapped her arms around time and transformed it into liquid form, using the needles to pierce through the essence of time itself. Yes! When the devil silver puppet turned into liquid form and attacked, Long Chen felt a piercing pain from his ancestral soul. This devil silver puppet actually has the effect of defying the heavens and changing fate. It wants to fuse with my ancestral soul. Perhaps he finally understood the devil silver ancestor's thoughts and plans. However, Long Chen wasn't one to wait for death. Swoosh! The slaughter sword stabbed into the magic silver puppet's body, and the sword aura pierced through the puppet's body, sending it flying. However, the time sword had indeed been pierced, and if it had been a step slower, the entire magic silver puppet would have been sucked into the time sword. Chapter 3570. A moment of carelessness and the magic silver puppet's ambush. Although it wasn't a big deal, 3 hostages were lost. From then on, there seemed to be nothing else that could threaten them. The Ghost Iron ancestor and the others. However, even if they weren't careless, the magic silver puppet's ambush wasn't easy to block. This magic silver puppet wants to burrow into my time. It's very similar to demon ancestor Chio's fate-changing rope. But there's a difference. It seems to want to control me, while demon ancestor Chiyu wants to become me. One could roughly guess that it was the magic silver puppet that could control Longchen. If Longchen became one of them, then as long as Longchen reached the peak, they would have great power even against the 10,000 worlds. It seems like the bright gold ancestor and the magic silver ancestor not only understand the 10,000 worlds very well, they also have great ambitions. Of course, knowing all this now was useless. Seeing the three hostages escape, the ghost iron ancestor, nine-colored ancestor, and the others' eyes lit up, as if they saw the last ray of light. All the fifth-era ancestor gods, apart from the injured hostages, charged forward after a short moment of shock. Kill. This time, they didn't want to miss this chance. Victory or defeat, success or failure, all depended on this. The most terrifying magic silver puppet circled around, looking for a chance to attack again. It was like an assassin, a huge threat to Longchen. Wang. The stars were in chaos. Colorful world. The nine-colored ancestor's movements were the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Longchen. In the blink of an eye, his divine body dissipated, turning into countless colored steel petals. In an instant, there were billions of petals that danced about in the boundless world, sealing off all of Longchen's escape routes. The countless colored steel petals naturally possessed immense killing power. Rumble. The nine-colored ancestor's attack had been prepared for a long time, suppressing the attacks of the other ancestor gods. Naturally, it was the first to arrive. The entire world became a sea of metal flowers. If that's the case, then I'll kill my way out. Longchen wasn't afraid. Universe blood rain. Layers of sword shadows filled the world. The rain of blood formed a terrifying collision with the sea of metal flowers. Under this power, the other fifth-era ancestor gods couldn't participate in this battle. Amazing. In the sea of steel flowers, in the colorful world, Longchen fought with all his might. He couldn't even break through the cosmic rain of blood. This nine-colored ancestor is still a bit weaker than the Qiyu demon ancestor, but I still can't break her laws. Naturally, Longchen didn't dare to be careless. With the help of time, when the cosmic blood rain was resisting the crazy attacks of the colorful worlds, he slashed his sword crazily. With a super space-time killing sword, he finally tore a passage in the battle of the two great rules and escaped. You can still fight against the nine-colored rules. Not bad, but can you escape from the palm of my hand? As soon as he came out, the ghost steel ancestor, who had been waiting for him, arrived. Heaven-covering hand. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, an enormous hand appeared in the starry sky, blotting out the sun. It was as large as a primal chaos god world, and covered with millions upon millions of suppressive characters. As soon as Longchen appeared, he was directly beneath it. Suppress. With a rumble, the boundless heaven-covering hand came crashing down. Before the hand arrived, the countless characters were already suppressing him. Just like the Jin Mingding, it made it impossible for Longchen to move. All of this had happened too quickly. Epic killing art. Whoosh. In truth, Longchen wanted to use the epic killing art to escape. After all, he knew he couldn't block the ghost steel ancestor's attack. The hand that covered the sky. Longchen turned into a bloody light and fled, but he was still shaken. The hand that covered the sky flipped over, and a huge palm grabbed out, locking Longchen in place. Within the palm was a sealed world. As soon as he entered, countless black characters flashed, and just like the Jin Mingding, they completely locked Longchen in place. Spectre puppet, go in. The ghost steel ancestor created a crack, and the spectre puppet entered the sealed world. Now that Longchen was being suppressed, it was time for the spectre puppet to show its might. Success. For a moment, the 9 fifth-era ancestral gods around him cheered wildly. Although the process was terrifying and difficult, they had succeeded in the end. Longchen was completely trapped in the godly kingdom in the palm of the ghost steel ancestor's hand. There was no way for him to escape. Indeed, Longchen had used all his strength inside. He couldn't break free. The most troublesome thing was that the specter puppet had already entered. If not for the specter puppet, Long Chen might have been able to charge out of here with all his strength. This is troublesome. He hadn't expected the other party to be so powerful, to put Long Chen in such a dangerous situation. After all, the other party had 10 fifth-era ancestral gods and the specter puppet. It was already pretty good that Long Chen could do this. For a moment, facing the heaven-covering hand and the specter puppet, Long Chen didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the primal chaos ancestral gods didn't disappoint Long Chen. I've kept you waiting, Long Chen. However, your improvement is really great. The primal chaos ancestral god's voice. Boom. Something seemed to explode in the outside world. Hiss. The specter puppet sped up and attacked. Long Chen barely blocked it with slaughter and dodged the first attack. Boom. In an instant, the entire heaven-covering hand trembled and then exploded. Long Chen regained his freedom and returned to the infinite worlds. At this time, the two familiar seniors had returned to his side. The primal chaos ancestral god and primal war ancestor were on his left and right respectively. The crisis was instantly resolved. On the other side, the bright gold ancestor and the specter silver ancestor had also rushed over. They stood in front of the fifth-era ancestral gods. The previous commotion was huge, but now it was as if time had stopped. The bright gold ancestor and the specter silver ancestor had ugly expressions. Clearly, the plan they had been very confident in had completely failed. "Are you all right?" asked the primal war ancestor. "I'm fine." With the Taiji life body, they couldn't hurt Long Chen. The specter silver puppet was in the hands of the primal chaos ancestral god. At this time, a sphere appeared in the primal chaos ancestral god's hand. Within it was the element of primal chaos. With a cry of pain, the specter silver puppet was completely destroyed, evaporating into mist and vanishing from the primal chaos ancestral god's hand. Seeing this scene, Long Chen felt that there was still a huge gap between him and the primal chaos ancestral god. When the specter silver puppet was destroyed, it meant that the Destruction Clan's plan had completely failed. No matter how ugly the bright gold ancestor and the specter silver ancestor were, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They had underestimated Long Chen and wasted too much time. After all, Long Chen wasn't an ordinary sixth-era ancestral god. At this time, the primal chaos ancestral god said, "It seems to be over, right? We're still in your destruction ancestral territory, so you should listen to us. Otherwise, not only will everyone here suffer, but the people in your destruction ancestral territory will suffer the most. If we continue to fight, we might not be able to win, but we can really destroy your destruction ancestral territory and plunge it into misery and suffering. Yes, we've lost. What do you want?" The bright gold ancestor's eyes were fierce. The primal chaos ancestral god wasn't afraid of him. He said, "It's simple. We didn't want to go against you, but we have to know the reason for our loss. Why did you treat us so warmly at first, then immediately turn hostile? I really can't figure it out." The bright gold ancestor and the others were silent. "If I'm not satisfied with the answer and you're lying, I don't mind starting a war," the primal chaos ancestral god added. He had always been the toughest of the fourth-era ancestral gods on Long Chen's side. "All right, I'll tell you." The specter silver ancestor was straightforward. "I know the situation of the infinite worlds. I know that the sky-swallowing race destroyed the dragons and that the ancestral gods have returned. I know that the sky-swallowing race is now sealed. We've long wanted to break the passage and occupy the infinite worlds without the ancestral gods, but we couldn't do it. So we've been waiting for an opportunity. We know that the ancestral gods have regained control of the infinite worlds. After staying in such a small place for billions of years, bright gold, and I can't take it anymore. Coincidentally, you're here. I know that you, Long Chen, are one of the 10 ancestral dragon inheritors. I have the specter silver puppet, which can invade your world source and fuse it into your ancestral soul, turning you into my puppet. When you're strong enough, you can help us control the infinite worlds. That was our goal. But we failed, and we accept it. Chapter 3571. At this point, the devilish silver ancestor and the bright gold ancestor's intentions were quite obvious. They were ready to give up. Now that their scheme had been foiled and the primordial war ancestor and primordial war ancestor had regained their freedom, there was basically no benefit to the destruction race if they continued to tangle with them. 3 of you. Although the luminous gold ancestor's plan had failed, he didn't lower his head. Naturally, he wouldn't feel guilty about this. This was his attitude. Since they had won, there was nothing more to say. At this point, let's not beat around the bush. It's not a good thing for us that you came to our destruction ancestral region for no reason. It was a disaster. If we don't break the passage between the two worlds, I don't think it will be possible for you to stay in the ancestral land of destruction. This is our territory, and the 3 of you are so powerful. If you stay here for a long time, it will be against the rules. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. The luminous gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor were of the same race, so they restrained each other. Since the primal chaos ancestral gods were outsiders, the luminous gold ancestor naturally wanted them to leave. However, there is only one way to leave this place, and that is for the 4 of us to join forces and break through this passageway. Let you out, but that won't do us any good. Henceforth, we'll destroy the ancestral domain and your dragon sacrificial world. We won't know if it's a blessing or a curse. But it's very likely that it's nothing good. These were the 2 choices. But to them, neither of the 2 choices was a good thing. That was why they wanted to use Long Chen as a hostage to solve this problem. However, this method was obviously not going to work. From our point of view, we don't want to divide your destruction ancestral region at all. We just want to leave this place, said the primal chaos ancestral god. That's right. The luminous gold ancestor nodded and continued, so, between the 2 choices, if we choose the first one, then you will continue to cause trouble for us, forcing us to choose the second option. In that case, we can only choose the second option. After all, the primal chaos elder gods were so powerful that they were beyond their control. No wonder they wanted to kidnap Long Chen in the first place. That was their third option, but they failed. Thus, they could only choose the second method, which was to work together to break open the channel. From then on, the myriad worlds were connected to the ancestral realm of destruction. Perhaps, if the sky-swallowing race had not been destroyed, the destruction ancestral territory would still be threatened by them. This was what made him depressed. They must have understood this as well. If they had a choice, even if they wanted to go out to the outside world, they would have to think about it carefully. However, they didn't have a choice right now. If they didn't choose, then the ancestral god realm would definitely not have peace. After all, they were the ones who attacked first. Now, the primal chaos ancestral gods didn't need to hold back. Alright, let's cut the crap. We're leaving now. Once the passageway is opened, you don't need to worry. We elder gods have strict rules, and we won't invade your world for no reason. Destroying the ancestral lands and the dragon sacrificial worlds is perfectly fine. The 2 of you, elder gods of destruction, are completely free to join us and become one of us, said primordial chaos elder god. Is that true? I'm a man of my word, so there's no reason for me to lie to you. Generally speaking, with the luminous gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor overseeing it, the destruction ancestor domain was actually the largest world in the myriad worlds. If the 4th era's ancestral gods didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to offend them. There was no need for them to target the bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor. After all, everyone had their own worlds. Alright, let's go. The bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor led the 9 5th era's ancestral gods into the distance. Long Chen and the other 2 followed behind them. Today was an important day for the Destruction Clan. The second era's origin grotto had always been independent, but from today onwards, it was a part of the myriad worlds. Finally, both sides reached the edge of the destruction ancestor domain. Among them, the four fourth era's ancestral gods gathered together. It would probably take a lot of effort for them to work together to break through the steel wall. Everyone, back away, the bright gold ancestor instructed the fifth era's ancestral gods. Long Chen, enter my divine kingdom. The primordial chaos elder god was still worried that they would take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. It was best to protect Long Chen like this. All right. After everyone was ready, the four fourth era's progenitor gods gathered together. They were going to attack the place that they felt was the weakest at the same time. This steel wall was rather terrifying, and with their level, they would probably need a period of time. It would only be possible if the four of them worked together. Attack. As expected, the four ancestral gods attacked together. Even within the divine kingdom, Long Chen could see everything clearly. The fourth era's ancestral gods' methods are indeed extraordinary. As expected of the strongest ancestral god in the myriad worlds. Among the ancestral gods, they were indeed the strongest of the fourth era. However, the steel wall was even more heaven-defying. In the past, the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor had tried many times, but they had failed to break it. Every time they attacked a little more than halfway, they would be unable to withstand it. Attack. A huge commotion broke out throughout the destruction ancestor domain. The two ancestral gods each brought out their world origin. With the world origin attacking, their offensive power was even more terrifying than that of the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor. The primordial chaos elder god's world origin was something Long Chen had seen before. It was the chaos nine-colored lotus. A single lotus seed had limitless power. Boom boom boom. The bright gold ancestor and the primordial war ancestor were very similar. They were both proficient in offense, and they were both members of the steel race. They were also proficient in destroying such places. At this time, the four of them were using all their skills. In the dark, they were also competing and comparing. The surrounding starry sky shattered, and everything within 100 million kilometers was in complete chaos. Many of the fifth era's ancestral gods could not clearly see the details from afar. They could only sense the earth-shattering commotion. It won't be long before we reach the dragon sacrificial realm. What will be the fate of the destruction ancestor domain's future? I think I've offended the ancestral dragon's inheritor today. I wonder if he'll hold a grudge. The fifth era's ancestral gods had ugly expressions as they discussed in secret. Long Chen was also carefully observing. In terms of combat power, the primordial chaos elder god should be the strongest, followed by the primordial war ancestor. The other two don't have world origin, so they're slightly weaker. But judging from the shaking of the steel wall, breaking through here and connecting the two worlds shouldn't be too big of a problem. Time quietly passed. Long Chen continued to observe. Something's wrong. Perhaps the bright gold ancestor was addicted to fighting in secret, and he insisted on fighting the primordial chaos elder god. This made Long Chen suddenly realize that there seemed to be an unusual power in his body. What is that? Long Chen was stunned. It was normal to see golden light on the bright gold ancestor's body, but what was up with that black light? Ever since this aura appeared, the bright gold ancestor had indeed become much stronger. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. He hadn't displayed such a method before. This isn't the power of the world origin. Long Chen was completely certain. But why, karma? At this time, Long Chen took out the karma halberd. Ownerless. The world origin didn't react at first, but when the halberd appeared in Long Chen's hand, it suddenly trembled. The sharpest part of the halberd pointed at the bright gold ancestor's position in the divine kingdom. Even if it was pulled away, it would point again. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was extremely shocked. Ancestral God, the origin dragon soul of the heart-refining dragon might be in the bright gold ancestor's body. He's using the heart-refining dragon's power. Long Chen said with certainty. First, he sensed it himself, and second, it was the Karma Halberd's feeling. According to his logic, the steel bridge appeared half a year ago, and that's when I found the Karma Halberd. There's no reason for the second era Yuan stone to suddenly appear. The only possibility is that the heart-refining dragon hid its origin dragon's soul in the second era Yuan stone for concealment. Then, when I obtained the Karma Halberd, the steel bridge appeared and led me to the second era Yuan stone. The truth. What? The primordial chaos elder god was also shocked. Chapter 3572. What's troublesome is that the origin dragon's soul of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon is hidden in the bright gold ancestor. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty for Long Chen to obtain the origin dragon's soul. The luminous gold ancestor clearly knew the key, but he had been hiding it all this time and accidentally revealed it now. Of course, he didn't expect Long Chen to be so sharp in the god nation. After all, not even the primal chaos ancestral gods and the others had noticed it. I didn't expect to reap such rewards. In that case, we have to snatch the origin dragon's soul of the divine Tao heart dragon before we leave. We only have one chance. I can't appear for now. After all, there will be too many creator gods and it will be too chaotic once we get out. It will be too difficult to fight for the divine Tao heart refining dragon outside. After hearing Long Chen's reminder, the primal chaos ancestral god pondered for a moment and communicated with the primordial battle ancestor. Both of them felt that they should settle the origin dragon's soul in the destruction ancestral domain. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they left. The origin dragon's soul is so important. It's better to get it as soon as possible. The primordial war ancestor said. If that's the case, stop. At the most crucial moment, primordial ancestor god and primordial war ancestor exchanged glances. Suddenly, they completely retreated and appeared near the fifth era's primordial ancestor god. Because of their retreat, the steel wall that they had been accumulating for a long time could no longer be broken. The luminous gold ancestor and the others already knew the nature of this metal wall. If they couldn't break it, it would automatically recover. Only by destroying it would they be able to leave. You. The bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor were shocked. They had said that they were going to break through this place, but they suddenly stopped. This brought great pressure to the two of them. Most importantly, they were still beside the fifth era's ancestral god. The two fourth era's ancestral god were instantly enraged. They gave up on attacking and chased after them. Primal chaos ancestral god, primal war ancestral god, what are you doing? Are you messing with us? Let me tell you, we are afraid of you, but don't think that we are easy to bully. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two fourth era elder gods stood in front of their fifth era elder gods, glaring at the chaos elder god and the others with fierce expressions on their faces. Didn't you just want to leave? Why did you suddenly stop? The devilish silver ancestor asked coldly. The chaos ancestral god said, "Don't get too worked up, gentlemen. Naturally, there has been a change in the situation, and this change originated from you guys. Then, I'll be straightforward. The luminous gold ancestor, one of the 10 great ancestral dragons, the origin dragon soul of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, was hidden here. I seem to have sensed that it's on you just now." The luminous gold ancestor's expression changed drastically. From this sudden change, he was almost certain that it was as Long Chen had said. This made the primal chaos ancestor even more confident. He said, Long Chen obtained the inheritance of the 10 great ancestral dragons, and the origin dragon soul is the most important thing to him. But it won't be of much use to you. That's the power that his ancestors left behind for their descendants to rebuild their homeland. I think that the bright gold ancestor should return the origin dragon soul to its rightful owner. If that's the case, we will be eternally grateful. Primordial war ancestor said, "That's right. As the saying goes, it's useless to force things that aren't yours." The origin dragon's soul originally belonged to Longchen. Since it's in your possession and you aren't of much use to it, why not give it to Longchen? I'm sure he'll repay this favor in the future. The luminous gold ancestor's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He knew that his shocked expression had exposed him. Moreover, everyone present knew that he had obtained that item. An origin dragon's soul had entered this place a minor epoch ago. The origin dragon's soul wanted to hide itself, but the luminous gold ancestor sensed it. He then refined it and hid it in his body. It was too late for him to quibble and hide it now. The luminous gold ancestor would feel terrible if he had to hand over such a treasure. He gritted his teeth and sneered. The three of you are truly shameless. The so-called treasure belongs to whoever has it. It doesn't mean that it has to be given to the descendant of the original owner. I've been with this treasure for an epoch. Do you think I have to hand it over just because you say you want it? Longchen came out of his divine nation at this time. He said with a good attitude, luminous gold ancestor, to be honest, the origin dragon's soul is really useless to you. However, I am the one who wants revenge in the hope of rebuilding the dragons. I hope that the luminous gold ancestor can give it to me. If that's the case, I'll definitely repay this favor if I accomplish something in the future. Impossible. The luminous gold ancestor was furious. He was the absolute overlord here, but after Longchen's group arrived, he was restricted in all aspects, which made him very unhappy. Even breaking the walls was something he had no choice but to do. Longchen wanted to say a few more words, but the Chaos Ancestral God said, "Forget it. This guy is only amenable to force. He won't give up until he sees his coffin. If we don't threaten him enough, he probably won't let us go so easily. What do you want to do, Ancestor? Just watch." The primal Chaos Ancestor was indeed domineering. His 9-colored eyes looked at the luminous gold ancestor. "Since you won't let go and we have to have it, we can only rob it. Luminous gold ancestor, devil silver ancestor, you two won't listen to my advice. Don't blame me for being merciless." With that, he exchanged glances with the primal war ancestor. The two didn't say anything else and used the world's origin energy to attack the luminous gold ancestor and devil silver ancestor. Of course, before that, Longchen had reached the primal chaos ancestor's divine nation. Now, it would be up to the primal chaos ancestor to put pressure on them. You retreat to the destruction ancestor's realm. The luminous gold ancestor was furious. The other side's mercilessness had exceeded his expectations. Seeing that the other side was really going to fight, he could only let the fifth era's progenitor gods return to the destruction ancestor's realm first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if one of them was captured as a hostage. The fifth era's progenitor gods scattered in panic when they saw that they were about to fight again. They flew back to the sealed destruction ancestor's realm from different directions. As for the luminous gold ancestor and devil silver ancestor, they naturally came to stop Longchen's group. All of you deserve to die. The fourth era's progenitor gods from both sides immediately started fighting. Because of the luminous gold ancestor and devil silver ancestor's interception, the fifth era's progenitor gods successfully hid in the destruction ancestor's realm, making it even more sealed. They were terrified and could only hope that the luminous gold ancestor and devil silver ancestor could stop and suppress these two terrifying progenitor gods. The destruction ancestor's realm welcomed an unprecedented battle between four progenitor gods from the fourth era. In an instant, the shockwaves of the battle spread across the destruction ancestor's realm, covering billions of starry skies, space, and shattered stars. If they continued to be destroyed, the entire world would become riddled with holes. Primal Chaos Lotus Throne. The Primal Chaos Ancestor God used the Primal Chaos 9-color lotus to unleash a law. Primal Chaos elemental energy condensed into a giant lotus throne that was 1/10 the size of the entire destruction ancestor's realm. The Primal Chaos Ancestor God controlled the Primal Chaos lotus throne and smashed it at the luminous gold ancestor like a giant boulder. Every time he attacked, billions of space would be destroyed. Courting death. The luminous gold ancestor was furious. He had never been bullied like this in billions of years. He was going crazy. For the current Longchen, this battle could be considered a grand feast. He was carefully observing. Although the laws were different, he could figure out why the other party was so powerful. This was also a kind of harvest. Buzz. Everything was shattering. In reality, the primal chaos ancestor god wasn't fighting the luminous gold ancestor. He was fighting while moving. Until he reached the destruction ancestor's realm. You. The luminous gold ancestor's eyes were about to pop out. I'll stop when you hand over the origin dragon's soul of the heart-refining dragon. The primal chaos ancestor god understood that he could only use force against an existence like the luminous gold ancestor. He wasn't willing to be captured without putting up a fight. The forceful method was to force. Primal Chaos Lotus Throne. The giant Primal Chaos Lotus Throne was smashed by the Primal Chaos Ancestor God and smashed into the worship formed by the Destruction Ancestor's realm. Although the Destruction Ancestor's realm was sealed, the collision of the giant Primal Chaos Lotus Throne still caused a huge explosion. The shockwaves swept across countless starry skies. Within the worship, countless frozen lifeforms were moved. The fifth era's progenitor gods that were bitterly holding on were all dizzy from the impact. Given my strength, your world won't be able to hold on for long. Make a decision soon. The Primal Chaos Ancestor God shouted coldly. Another intense tremor was unleashed. The Primal Chaos Lotus Throne smashed into the worship again, causing the worship to tremble and the Destruction Ancestor's realm to change. You. Chapter 3573. Third time. The fourth time. The successive collisions brought a destructive blow to the Destruction Ancestral domain. As he watched this scene, Longchen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Chaos Ancestral God's decisive character is really similar to mine. On the other side, the Primordial War Ancestor also took advantage of the gap in the battle to bombard the ancestral realm of destruction. Although this behavior was a bit despicable from the other party's point of view, they were now enemies, so there was no need to pay attention to this. Moreover, up until now, it had not reached the extent of harming the living beings within. However, as long as the formation was broken, there would definitely be hundreds of millions of casualties. The Primal Chaos Ancestor God was also attacking the Vast Gold Ancestor. He was a bit stronger than the Vast Gold Ancestor, so the Vast Gold Ancestor was unable to stop his attacks on the Destruction Ancestor domain. The fifth time. The greatest tremor of all caused the elder gods inside to vomit blood. Bright Gold Ancestor, it's your selfishness that harmed them. The Primal Chaos Ancestor God's voice echoed within the Destruction Ancestral domain. Give it back to him. Return it to him. The elder gods who had been bitterly holding on were all waiting for this moment. They couldn't hold on any longer, and they hoped that the luminous gold ancestor would return what belonged to Longchen to him. All the pressure was on the luminous gold ancestor. Spiritually, physically. Seeing the destruction ancestral domain tremble again, the bright gold ancestor knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Here, I'll give you. Finally, he said these words. After all, the destruction ancestral domain wasn't his. Even the devilish silver ancestor was waiting for him to hand over the origin dragon soul. In fact, there was no need at all. He should have known that this would happen. If he had given it to me from the start, I would still owe him a favor, and I would still have to return it in the future. Longchen understood this. After the bright gold ancestor made his decision, the primal chaos ancestral god and the primal war ancestor both stopped. The ancestral gods in the destruction ancestral domain heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. He's really amazing. They were lamenting about the fourth era's progenitor god. Hurry up, don't waste time. In front of the primal chaos ancestral god was the bright gold ancestor. Boom! Right at this moment, his golden body split open. Countless black and white streams of air converged in front of his chest, finally forming the origin dragon soul of the heart-refining dragon of the divine Tao. Buzz! The divine dragon roared. Come in. Longchen summoned the origin dragon soul with the karma halberd, and it flew into the primal ancestor god's divine nation. The divine nation was sealed, and Longchen really did obtain the world essence and origin dragon soul of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. At this point, the fifth ancestral dragon, the origin dragon soul, and the world essence were all in his hands. A new complete ancestral dragon was about to be born. It was a divine Tao heart-refining dragon that was good at fighting. Judgment War God. Within the God nation, Longchen was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to fuse with it. However, it would take some time. Hence, he decided to hold back and stabilize the origin dragon soul first. He would fuse with it when he returned. He had to bring the origin dragon soul into his god kingdom to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The battle was over. The luminous gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor gathered together. The primal chaos ancestor and the primal war ancestor gathered together. As such, there was enmity between the two sides. Although the bright gold ancestor had handed over the item, the resentment in his heart wouldn't disappear in a short period of time. However, the chaos ancestral god also proved to him that it was definitely not a good idea to keep them here. Let's go and continue destroying the tunnel. Don't worry, we're all reasonable people. There will be no change to the promises I made to you before. If you run into any difficulties and need our help, I believe that Longchen won't hesitate to help. To you, what you've lost isn't important. I don't think you'll let this matter affect our relationship, right? The chaos ancestral god said. The bright gold ancestor waved his hand and didn't say anything else. However, he did get up and went to the place where he had destroyed the tunnel. After this interlude, it was time to start anew. The two sides met again and shook hands. Thank you, both of you. The primordial war ancestor said. You're welcome. Come in and count it as our misfortune. The devilish silver ancestor didn't look too good either. Fortunately, they didn't have any objections to opening the tunnel. After all, they wanted to get rid of these two as soon as possible. Keeping them here wasn't a long-term solution. Continue the destruction. Longchen waited. It went on for a long time. Finally, at a certain point, they went very deep and finally broke through the tunnel with one final attack. After breaking through, the first thing that changed were the walls. Buzz! All of a sudden, all the steel walls disappeared. The entire destruction ancestral realm and the starry sky of the second era Yuan Grotto seemed to be connected to the starry sky of the infinite worlds. This was a huge commotion. Not just the destruction ancestral realm, but the entire infinite worlds were shaking and emitting terrifying rumbles. This was a great change to the infinite worlds. This place, estimating the location, the entire destruction ancestral realm seemed to be connected to the eastern star region. The territory outside the time tunnel was equivalent to expanding a tenth of the infinite worlds. Boom! With a final loud noise, it finally formed. We're back in the infinite worlds. Longchen heaved a sigh of relief. This opportunity had been dangerous, but it had also yielded an unexpected harvest. This is the dragon sacrificial realm. The bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor looked around in shock. On the destruction ancestral realm side, a large number of ancestor gods also appeared, poking their heads out to look at this vast world. It seemed that the second era Yuan Grotto was indeed too small. The dragon sacrificial realm is so big, so big. The strongest here are the bright gold ancestor and the others. We don't have to be afraid of descending into the infinite worlds. That's right. We're not enemies with them. Although they were very nervous at first, they vaguely felt a sense of excitement after arriving in the infinite worlds. The bright gold ancestor and the devilish silver ancestor fell silent for a long time. In fact, before the ancestor gods returned, they had dreamed of coming here to rule the world. Later, when the ancestor gods returned, they gave up. They just didn't expect to return. I just don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The bright gold ancestor sighed. He had probably put the matter of losing the origin dragon's soul to the back of his mind. To be honest, the arrival of the destruction ancestral realm had caused a huge commotion. Moreover, the Destiny Star Ancestor and the Primordial Chaos Ancestor God had been looking for the Chaos Ancestor Gods. Now that there was a commotion, they knew that it might be related to the Chaos Ancestor Gods, so they quickly arrived. The Fourth Era's Ancestor Gods appeared here at a terrifying speed. They were the most powerful, so of course, they were the fastest to arrive. However, the Chaos Cave Ancestor, Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha, and the others also heard the commotion and quickly used powerful means to come here. In an instant, it seemed that all 17 Fourth Era's Ancestor Gods had arrived. Including the Bright Gold Ancestor and the others, there were 19 in total. The Fifth Era's Ancestor Gods from other worlds also arrived one after another. Seeing the 17 Fourth Era's Ancestor Gods, even the Bright Gold Ancestor and the others were frightened. The Ancestor Gods even retreated back into the destruction ancestral realm. However, the Ancestor Gods who had just arrived were also very puzzled and curious. Long Chen came out of the Chaos Ancestor God's divine kingdom and said in front of everyone, these two, and the huge world behind them, a mysterious place from the infinite worlds, the Second Era's Yuan Grotto. This is a world that was born naturally and appeared in the Second Era. It's different from our world. The Bright Gold Ancestor and the Devilish Silver Ancestor were two Destruction Ancestor Gods who had cultivated to the Fourth Era by themselves. The entire Destruction Ancestral realm has more than 1,000 Destruction Ancestor Gods. From today on, the Bright Gold Ancestor and the Devilish Silver Ancestor are our best friends and will join the Infinite Worlds. I also hope that everyone can treat them as members of the Infinite Worlds and coexist under the same rules. The Chaos Ancestor God said, "That's right." The Bright Gold Ancestor and the Devilish Silver Ancestor, as well as the 9 Fifth Era's Ancestor Gods, can all join the Ancestor Gods Alliance. They will be protected by the Ancestor Gods Alliance. This was also something they had done for the Bright Gold Ancestor and the others. After all, they had come to the Infinite Worlds because of him. Hearing this, the Elder Gods were still stunned. However, they had heard of the Third Epoch's Primal Grotto, so they weren't too shocked about the Second Epoch's Primal Grotto. But two Fourth Epoch Annihilation Elder Gods? This was a huge shock to the myriad worlds. Chapter 3574. Facing the Bright Gold Ancestor and the Devilish Silver Ancestor, the Fourth Epoch's Primordial Ancestor Gods had different thoughts. In reality, since they had come to the Infinite Worlds, they could either join the Ancestor Gods Alliance. Together, they could build a common order, maintaining the stability of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, they could only be destroyed. Two Fourth Epoch progenitor gods were obviously unrealistic. Therefore, there was basically no doubt that they would be allowed to join the Ancestral Gods Alliance. All of a sudden, everyone agreed to let the Infinite Worlds have one more ally. However, at this time, the Chaotic Cave Ancestor and the other 6 were secretly discussing. Two Fourth Epoch Primordial Ancestral Gods, and they are even Destruction Ancestral Gods. This is simply a heavy bomb. It will definitely have a huge impact on our myriad worlds. The scariest thing is that they were brought to the myriad worlds by Long Chen, so they are obviously on their side. In this case, they already have 10 ancestral gods of the Fourth Era. How are we going to fight them? Moreover, have you noticed that Long Chen's Slaughter World source has already advanced into the 6th Era? Clearly, it has grown stronger and is gradually going beyond our control. At this point, they were all anxious. I don't think so. After careful observation, Common People Emperor Ancestor said, "Look closely. It is obvious that Bright Gold Ancestor, Devil Silver Ancestor, and Primal Chaos Ancestor God fought. There are traces of Primal Chaos Ancestor God's attacks on the destroyed ancestral domain." Observing their expressions, although they were standing close to each other, the Luminous Gold Ancestor was clearly still angry and resentful towards the Chaos Ancestral God. I dare say that when they destroyed the ancestral realm, there must have been a huge conflict. The luminous gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor aren't from the other side, but from our side. What? They observed carefully and found that it was indeed the case. The luminous gold ancestor and the primal chaos ancestral god had clearly just fought. Chaos whole ancestor shaman said, "My guess is that the primal chaos ancestor god and the others wanted to come out, but this would cause the world to descend into the myriad worlds. They might need to destroy something. If I was the bright gold ancestor, I obviously wouldn't want to come to the myriad worlds. However, the primal chaos ancestor god should have attacked this world as a form of oppression. In the end, the bright gold ancestor and the others were convinced, so they came here. Common people emperor ancestor is right, these two are our people. Our team will increase to 9 people." They were overjoyed. Next, he had to pave the way for the bright gold ancestor and the others. They were all very enthusiastic to let the luminous gold ancestor know them. In the dark, the chaotic whole ancestor conversed with the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor. "We're guessing that the two of you must have some sort of conflict with Long Chen, the chaos ancestral god, and the others, and are very displeased with them, right? After all, even in the myriad of worlds, they have gone too far and completely disregarded the feelings of others. Who are you?" The luminous gold ancestor was still on guard. "I am the great shaman ancestor of the chaotic cave. Let me tell you the truth. There are 7 of us in our team, and none of us want Long Chen to become the strongest ancestral dragon and rule over the myriad worlds. Therefore, they wanted to stop him as much as possible when he was growing, or even kill him. However, the other side has 8 people who are supporting Long Chen. The remaining 2 are neutral. For the time being, we are slightly weaker than them. However, if 2 of them join us, we will have a great chance of winning. As long as we kill Long Chen, we will have the right to speak." The common people emperor ancestor said, "You are right. I think that if Long Chen's strength reaches the 3rd era, we won't be his match even if we work together. Your destruction ancestral region has offended him, so you should be able to guess the outcome. After all of you are destruction ancestral gods and are more dangerous than us. If he wants to kill all of you, he doesn't have to worry about the world being destroyed and mortals dying." In just a few sentences, he analyzed the pros and cons. The pain of losing the origin dragon's soul was etched deep into his bones. Hearing this, he discussed with the devil silver ancestor and then asked, "Can I trust all of you?" The chaotic whole ancestor said, "I can swear that everything I have said to you today is true. Otherwise, I will die a horrible death." From their sincere attitude, it was true. The ancestral gods of the 4th era were vaguely divided into 2 camps. If they joined either side, it would be a disaster for the other side. At least in the ancestral god alliance, they had 10 votes. This was crucial. Moreover, their 5th era ancestral god had 9 votes. That was close to 30 votes, enough to influence the outcome. That Long Chen did kill one of our 5th era ancestral gods in my world. The bright gold ancestor said. He also knew that this fellow had limitless potential. Then, this is a blood feud. We must take revenge. The chaotic whole ancestor added fuel to the fire. As for the origin dragon's soul, the bright gold ancestor didn't say anything. On the other side, the chaotic whole ancestor saw that they seemed to be communicating and hurriedly said to Long Chen, "This is bad. They seem to be fighting. The bright gold ancestor hates us and was tempted by those 7. He will definitely join their camp, which will be bad for us. I didn't think of this before. If I did, I wouldn't have dealt with them so intensely." Long Chen also didn't expect this, but it had already happened and he couldn't control the bright gold ancestor and the others. He could only say, "This has nothing to do with you. After all, we are enemies with the bright gold ancestor from the start. No matter how well we treat them, they won't get close to us. But, don't worry, I'm getting closer and closer to your realm. I'll continue to cultivate and make it so that the 9 of them can't do anything to me." The chaotic whole ancestor said, "That's all we can do. Also, you've become stronger recently. Your current accomplishments might be enough to make the other two ancestral gods decide. We'll fight for you in this regard. Many thanks. No need to thank me. This isn't your problem, it's the problem of the myriad worlds." There was no way to stop the alliance between the bright gold ancestor and the chaotic whole ancestor. Next, the Ancestral God Alliance and the 1,000 ancestral gods of the Destruction Ancestral Realm discussed the specific rules, especially the rule that the ancestral gods couldn't kill each other. After all, the myriad worlds were all ancestral gods. Once an ancestral god died, the world would perish as well. The consequences would be severe. In order to survive in the myriad worlds, the Destruction Ancestral gods naturally agreed. Moreover, their world had a total of 29 votes. The other worlds only had 10 votes at most. They were also proud because they were the number one world in the myriad worlds. Even the dragon sacrifice continent was far inferior to them. In the end, the ancestral gods left. The bright gold ancestor didn't hide it at all. He directly invited the chaotic whole ancestor and the other 6, as well as many ancestral gods of the 5th era who had sided with him, to the Destruction Ancestral Realm. They were treated with the Sky Jade ancestral water. The scale was even greater than the previous time. I suddenly feel that being sealed in the Destruction Ancestral Realm is meaningless. Coming to the myriad worlds, I feel restless and full of lofty sentiments. It feels better, the bright gold ancestor secretly said to the devil silver ancestor. Me too. Perhaps we should have come a long time ago. You want to kill that Long Chin together? The devil silver ancestor asked. I hate him. All right. Up to you. But I don't think there's much time left. After taking away the origin dragon's soul of the divine Tao heart refining dragon, Long Chen will clearly become even stronger. The banquet was very joyous. What? That Long Chen defeated the Scarlet Gold Ancestor, the Milky Way Ancestor, and the Star Ancestor in an instant. He even kidnapped them? The wine cup in the Chiyu Ancestor's hand fell to the ground. He knew the Scarlet Gold Ancestor and the others, so he naturally knew their current level. The Scarlet Gold Ancestor was roughly equivalent to the 5th era's ancestral god in the middle of the 5th era. That's right, the Scarlet Gold Ancestor said. This sentence caused the surrounding area to fall silent. The chaotic whole ancestor coughed twice and said, "We indeed don't have much time left. If you have any good ideas, everyone must think of something. Otherwise, we will have to worship this Long Chen for countless years to come. I don't care if you guys are convinced or not, but I am not convinced." I'm not convinced either. Long Chen wasn't interested in their gathering. He returned to the dragon sacrifice continent, saw his wife and children, and sorted out the trifles of the dragon sacrifice continent before going to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Next was to receive the divine Tao heart refining dragon's final inheritance. Chapter 3575. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Most of the time, his wife and children were here. Long Chen could see them at any time. They were Long Chen's biggest concern. I'll become a heart-refining dragon first. After I become one of the 4 ancestor dragons, I believe I'll find the world source and origin dragon soul of the Umbra Dream Dragon. By then, you'll have the body of an ancestor dragon too. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in his arms. Li Xuanji's eyes flickered. Actually, you can use many of your powers and rules. I'm not in a hurry. We'll follow your progress. Okay. I won't disturb you anymore. Let's form the origin dragon soul. There was plenty of time. Li Xuanji went to the dragon sacrifice continent. To her, the time spent in the Tower of Time was too long and torturous. Origin dragon soul. Long Chen released the origin dragon soul in his god nation. It was a black and gold dragon soul that represented justice, judgment, and order. Looking into the eyes of the source dragon's soul would cause one to feel a sense of shock in one's heart. Imperceptibly, one would be suppressed by its divine might, and would have to obey its order. Karma, morality, judgment dragon. Heart-refining dragon. Long Chen had been longing for it for a long time. He took out the karma halberd. Among the world origins, karma seemed to be the biggest while life was the smallest. It was just a ring. Roar. Seeing karma, the origin dragon's soul became excited. The essence blood, the world origin, and the origin dragon's soul converged. Karma became the core. Long Chen and the origin dragon's soul stood on each side. It's starting. This was the fourth time, so Long Chen was very experienced. Karma was also complete. Revolving around the world origin, the fleshly body and the soul fused, finally converging and pouring into karma, forming the divine Tao Heart Dragon's first world origin. Buzz. Long Chen turned into a real heart-refining dragon and soared on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Boom! Such a domineering and disdainful attitude frightened many people in the surroundings. For example, Lingxi, Pangu, and many others who were cultivating on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. The ancestral dragon is really powerful. Many people could not help but sigh. During the process of transforming into a dragon, Long Chen was constantly familiarizing himself with the true body of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. Every ancestor dragon was different. The nature of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon was also different from other ancestral dragons. Only by understanding the ancestral dragon's heart could one become a true ancestral dragon. The divine Tao heart-refining dragon was about karma and judgment. Karma, moral judgment. Evildoers could not escape the eyes of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. Precipitation. In the past year, he could be considered to have familiarized himself with the heart-refining dragon of the divinity way. He could basically be on par with the 4 ancestor dragons. However, the primordial blood spirit dragon had 4 world origins, 3 of which were the void Ian dragon and the Tai Chi living dragon. At this level, the divine Tao heart-refining dragon was temporarily unable to provide any help. Let's bring up the origin of karma first. Otherwise, it's basically useless. After all, the laws of karma were quite powerful. Moreover, because he had the experience of condensing the second, third, and even fourth world origins, this process was not difficult for Long Chen. All he needed was time. Time passed. This time, Long Chen was very successful. Perhaps it was because he was calm enough, and his trump cards were strong enough. In 1,000 years, the origin of 2 worlds had been added to the karma. A total of 3 world origins had been added. It was on par with the time and life. However, at this time, the fire of time and life had arrived. Long Chen entered the deepest level of the impact. After another 1,000 years, time had the origin of a 4th world, and stepped into the 6th era's ancestor realm. Moreover, it also comprehended many laws of time. After another 1,000 years, life also had the origin of a 4th world, and stepped into the 6th era's ancestor realm. Of course, the new laws of life were also under control. At this time, about 9,000 years had passed since the battle between Qiyu and Pangu. There were only 1,000 years left. Long Chen paid attention and found that Pangu had almost expelled the terrifying 10,000 fiendish qi. There's still karma left. Long Chen deeply understood how much he had improved this time. That was unprecedented progress. Unbelievable progress. He really did not expect that in 3,000 years after returning from the destruction ancestral territory, he would be able to do this. There were still 1,000 years until the final battle between the 5th era's ancestor gods. Of course, there was still a month left. Most of the ancestor gods who were going to participate in the battle had already made their preparations. Of course, Long Chen hoped that Pangu would win. That championship was more or less his. In any case, he could not let the Qiyu demon ancestor take it. I wonder if I can take down the Qiyu demon ancestor with my current ability? Long Chen thought. Forget it, continue. His goal was the origin of the fourth world of karma. About 900 years had passed. Because of the previous 3 experiences, he did not expect to succeed. From then on, Long Chen was simply perfect. The 4 great ancestor dragons had all entered the 6th era's ancestor god realm. The origin of each ancestor dragon's world was different from the ancestor god's world origins. They were more powerful. Now, the power of each world's origin was almost equivalent to a 5th era's ancestor god. Not to mention that he was equivalent to 4 5th era's ancestor gods. Not to mention that he had ancestor dragon laws that surpassed the 5th era's ancestor gods. Obviously, only the most heaven-defying 5th era's ancestor god could compare to Long Chen. At this level, Long Chen was already confident that apart from the 4th era's ancestor god, no one in the infinite worlds could take his life. When I took away time, Chiyu demon ancestor heavily injured me with 1 punch and disregarded my life. In the tomb of reincarnation, he used the instant earth demon to take my life again. Until today. I am different. Until today, I still have the strength to fight him. There were about 100 years left in the 4th level of the Tower of Time, so it was only a few days in the infinite worlds. In fact, the grand battle of the 5th era's ancestor gods had long alarmed all the ancestor gods. In just a few days, almost all the ancestor gods had already arrived at the battlefield. Who was the strongest below the 4th era's ancestor god? Was it Chiyu demon ancestor, Luya ancestor god, Hongjun ancestor god, or Pangu? Before the battle started, no one could be sure. Of course, it was not easy for Long Chen to reach this realm. Of course, he had to rest for some time, accompany his wife and daughter, and guide his children. In the 4th level of the state of time, he spent a happy and stable period of time. He still wanted to have more children, so he naturally had a lot of time with Lingxi and Li Xuanji. It was just that it would not be easy to get pregnant again, unless Lingxi and the others were stronger. Now, both of Lingxi's world origins had reached the 5th era's ancestor realm. Compared to Long Chen, she had 1 more world origin. In terms of combat strength, she could actually be ranked in the top 10 of the 5th era. Long Chen sparred with her because she had 2 4th era's ancestor god laws. It was not easy to take her down, and he had to use his full strength. Kitten was still stuck in the 6th era's ancestor realm. But when he heard that the 4th era's ancestor god of destruction had appeared in this world, he was immediately motivated and vaguely wanted to rush to the 5th era's ancestor god realm. Everyone had a bright future ahead of them. But it was a pity for Xiao Lang. He was still in the 8th era's ancestor realm. In the myriad worlds, it was very difficult to find a fire that he could devour. Once he did, he would definitely soar to the sky. Before the battle, Long Chen went to creation ancestor god's side and accompanied Mo Xiaolang for a day. Big brother, from your current progress, I don't think you need 100 years. I think 5 years is enough. Mo Xiaolang was rather calm. He did not feel uncomfortable in this prison. A prison is a prison. I don't like it anyway. When I can resist the 4th era's ancestor god, I will bring you out. When that time comes, no one can control me, Long Chen said. Actually, as long as you believe in me, I don't care about anything, big brother. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang looked at him. Good brother. Long Chen hugged him and patted his shoulder. This damned myriad worlds, why is there nothing you can devour? I keep feeling that it will still exist. Don't be discouraged. He had always been the second strongest person in Long Chen's team. Therefore, Long Chen wanted him to be better. Big brother, you can't force this matter. Otherwise, it will be easier for the enemy to capture you. Chapter 3576. His life's goal was almost complete. Now, he stood at the peak of all living beings. Your dream is my dream, Mo Xiaolang said sincerely. Long Chen was very touched. I'll take a few steps forward and take a look. If there's a chance, I won't let you fall behind. It was about time. He naturally had to go and take a look at the 5th era's ancestral god battle. After all, this was a crucial battle for the myriad worlds. A decisive battle. Big brother, after Long Chen left, Mo Xiaolang felt a little depressed. I am from the sky-devouring clan, but I am also human. Where is my future? He was also a little confused. Fortunately, he had Soi Yan to keep him company. After returning to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, Long Chen planned to take ancestor god Pangu to the battlefield. Many ancestor gods of the 4th era had been waiting there. The great battle of the 5th era's ancestor gods was about to erupt. Ancestor god Pangu's battle for vengeance would definitely be the center of attention. After 10,000 years recuperation in the Tower of Time, ancestor god Pangu should be fine. Long Chen arrived before Pangu and saw that Pangu was already waiting for him. How is it? Long Chen asked. The 10,000 fiend baleful qi has been completely expelled. It won't be a problem on the battlefield. Ancestor god Pangu stretched his back and spoke in an extremely amiable manner. Alright, let's go to the battlefield then. Long Chen looked forward to his performance this time. Don't be impatient. I have an idea that I'd like to share with you, Pangu suddenly said. He pondered for a moment, then said, it's like this. Although I've expelled the 10,000 demon baleful qi in the past 10,000 years, my foundation is still slightly damaged. I haven't completely recovered to my peak state, so I might still need some time. Last time, I had an 80% chance of defeating Elder God Pangu. This time, however, I only have a 50% chance. He was only half confident. However, I have suffered a great loss, so I must take revenge. What everyone wants to see is my revenge, don't you think so? That's right. But only. A 50% chance was indeed not high. If he was defeated by the Chiyu demon ancestor, it would be troublesome. The other party would definitely be even more arrogant. This despicable person is really annoying when he's arrogant. Long Chen's hatred for the Chiyu demon ancestor had gradually grown. At first, it was fine. But now, especially the last time, if it weren't for the fact that he was an ancestor god of the creation world, Long Chen would have killed him. Thus, I have a new idea. Elder God Pangu said. What? During this period of time, I've witnessed your strength and watched your battle with Lingxi. Actually, I can tell that even when I'm at full strength, I might not be a match for you now. Now, we are in the midst of a battle between the most powerful elder gods of the 5th era. Your battle prowess is completely comparable to that of the elder gods of the 5th era. Thus, how could you be left out of this final battle? Ancestor God Pangu said. Of course, Long Chen wanted to participate in the battle and torture demon ancestor Chiyu on the battlefield. But the problem is that I didn't participate in the points battle, nor did I enter the top 8. How do we join the battle? Long Chen asked in confusion. The Chiyu fiend ancestor's thoughts were a little jumpy. Actually, it's very simple. I don't have much confidence this time, but you do. You can replace me. Think about it, those on our side will definitely agree. But on their side, the chaotic whole ancestor and the others will be eager to find a chance to kill you. Especially demon ancestor Chiyu, he wants to find a chance to kill you. Since he can't do it normally, he can only do so in a battle like this. This Ancestor God battle is organized by the Ancestor God Alliance. As long as more than half of the Alliance's votes agree, they can do anything. Why can't you fight in my place? Ancestor God Pangu's words enlightened Long Chen. It does make sense, but whether or not it will work depends on whether the chaotic whole ancestor and the others dare to let me fight. Ancestor God Pangu said, based on my guess, they will definitely agree. Because if you fight, it will make the battle more exciting than if I fight. You have a special status, and probably all the elder gods in the myriad of worlds will want you to fight. Then let's give it a try. There's another crucial point. Ancestor God Pangu smiled and said, actually, I have enough confidence in your current strength. But you know the current situation of the myriad of worlds. The chaotic whole ancestor has 9. There are only 8 of us on our side, but 2 of us are neutral. The reason they are neutral is because they are still considering. Last time, when you displayed your ability, the demon patriarch of creation joined us. This time, if you can suppress Chi-Yu and Hong-Jun with your strength, and show off your tremendous improvement and heaven-defying abilities, I believe the 2 ancestor gods will have made their decision. Long Chen, every 4th era ancestor god is extremely important. We need to fight for every one of them. Because this concerns your survival and the future of the dragon sacrificial continent. Now that we have fallen behind, we must fight for the last 2 4th epoch's primordial ancestor gods, and this public condition is an even more important opportunity. Tell me, do you think my thoughts make sense? Ancestor god Pangu was very confident. Very good. There are 2 problems I need to overcome. First, get the ancestor god alliance to let me fight. Second, if I can really defeat them and amaze the remaining 2 4th era ancestor gods. For now, I'm not completely confident. After all, he didn't know how strong the others were. Alright, let's go to the battlefield first and tell them what I think. On the dragon sacrificial continent side, it wasn't just Long Chen. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Kitten, Soi Yan, Yang Lingqing, and the others also came to watch the battle. When they arrived at the battlefield and looked over, all the ancestor gods were present. This time, there were more than 1,000. They were all destruction ancestor gods from the destruction ancestor realm. They also wanted to see how strong the strongest 5th era ancestor god of the dragon sacrificial continent was. The bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor were in the other side's camp. There were still 2 days left, and all the participants were ready to go. Ancestor god Pangu and Long Chen's arrival naturally caused a huge commotion. Many ancestor gods focused their attention on them, but Long Chen was the most eye-catching. After all, his identity was special. Tens of thousands of ancestor gods. Space froze. Only 2 days had passed, but it felt like a year. Long Chen is here too. The destruction ancestor realm was brought out by him, the chaos ancestor god, and the primordial war ancestor. But the bright gold ancestor and the devil silver ancestor are actually close to the chaos whole ancestor. I heard that he defeated the combined forces of 3 5th era ancestor gods in the destruction ancestor realm. I just don't know how strong he is compared to the other 8 who are fighting. You're overthinking things. Those 3 5th era ancestor gods are all destruction ancestor gods. They are weaker than us creation ancestor gods, and far weaker than ancestor Chi-Yu and ancestor Luya. Discussions about Long Chen were everywhere. Of course, most of them were talking about the battle between ancestor god Pangu and ancestor Chi-Yu. Ancestor god Pangu seems to have recovered. Yes, it looks like he's going to take revenge this time. Losing to ancestor Chi-Yu last time was quite unjust. I feel like he's going to win. Indeed, ancestor god Pangu's recovery attracted many people's attention. Especially ancestor Chi-Yu. He looked at ancestor god Pangu and then at Long Chen with his blood-red eyes. These 2 were his great enemies, especially Long Chen. This guy actually expelled my 10,000 fiendish baleful chi. No wonder he rushed here today. However, I can also guess that the speed of Long Chen's time world is 10,000 times higher. 1 year is 10,000 years. To him, this was indeed terrifying. However, it looks like you're still a little weak. You're not as strong as you were back then. Ancestor Chi-Yu was very confident in his 10,000 fiendish baleful chi. It was his trump card. After being hit by his trump card, there was no way he could compete with him. In such a situation, he had a high chance of taking first place. The title of the strongest 5th era ancestor god in the myriad of worlds was quite attractive to him. Actually, at this time, Long Chen and ancestor god Pangu were discussing with the 8 4th era ancestor gods about the matter of substituting someone for the battle. This is completely feasible. The fourth era ancestor gods believed in Long Chen's improvement. Without any room for discussion, all of them agreed. This matter can be brought up before the battle begins. There's no rush. Time passed. Finally, it was about to begin. Everyone could not wait any longer. Chapter 3577. He was a key figure. Everyone listened attentively when he had something to say. What the hell? Ancestor Chiyu narrowed his eyes. He was displeased by this archenemy. Under the gazes of the crowd, Ancestor God Pangu said in a clear voice, "Fellow ancestor gods, I will speak the truth. Because of that battle a year ago, I was ambushed by that despicable person. Until now, I still haven't fully recovered. Back then, I had an 80% chance of defeating my opponent. But now, I only have a 50% chance of defeating my opponent. This isn't my full strength, but I feel that this isn't the right time for me to fight this battle of vengeance. Once I'm defeated, that would be 2 defeats. In that case, I'm afraid that everyone will think that I'm inferior to that despicable person. Today was the day of the final battle, but he said it was not the right time." Everyone was stunned. "You!" Ancestor Chiyu was slightly angered. The vile person was referring to him. Even though they were about to meet on the battlefield, he could not hold back. But Ancestor God Pangu's words made sense. He had yet to fully recover, and he would be at a disadvantage in this battle. The gazes of the 19th era ancestor gods gathered on Ancestor God Pangu. Ancestor God Pangu said, "If this is not the fairest battle, I think I will not participate. However, I will not disappoint you. I have discussed it with Long Chen, and we have decided to let him take my place in the final battle of the 5th era ancestor gods. I have sparred with Long Chen before, and I know his current strength. I believe that he definitely has the strength to dominate the battle of the 5th era ancestor gods. Moreover, he is currently at his peak condition." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused a huge uproar. None of the 10,000 ancestor gods could have guessed such an arrangement. He is not going himself, but is letting Long Chen do it. Although he has a point when he says that this battle is unfair to him, letting Long Chen do it is too much of a joke. How can this be? The entire battlefield was in an uproar as all the ancestor gods discussed intensely. Even the 4th era's ancestor gods exchanged glances. Ancestor God Pangu's voice silenced all the discussion. He said, "Of course, this is my decision, and it does not count. I just want everyone to see an even more interesting and exciting battle. The Ancestral God Alliance is the one that will decide whether my substitution will take effect. Therefore, I hope that the Ancestor God Alliance can make a statement on my decision. I, Elder God Pangu, swear on my own honor that today will be an even more marvelous battle. With Long Chen participating, he'll definitely give everyone a pleasant surprise that surpasses my own. I can responsibly say that everyone should not underestimate him. His progress is obvious to all. Although he didn't participate in the points battle, he's still stronger than me 1 year later. I firmly believe that in today's battle, he's the absolute #1 expert in the 4th era below the Ancestral God realm." The latter part was meant for the Ancestor God Alliance. The 4th and 5th epoch's ancestral gods would have their own judgment on what kind of battle they were looking forward to. Now that Elder God Pangu had said this, everyone would definitely be extremely curious. Just how strong was Long Chen right now, after making such a boastful claim? For a time, the myriad of ancestor gods were more curious about Long Chen joining the battle than about Pangu joining the battle. Ancestor God Alliance, please make a decision. Pangu struck while the iron was hot. As long as more than half of the votes were cast, it would be done. I absolutely support Long Chen's participation in the battle. With that said, Pangu expressed his stance first. Following that, many 5th epoch ancestor gods expressed their support for Long Chen's battle. Following that, Chaos ancestor gods expressed their support one by one. Soon, 8 4th epoch ancestor gods supported him. Together with half of the fifth epic ancestor gods, the votes were close to half. I support him. At that moment, a neutral fourth epic ancestor god, Great Dream Heart Ancestor, supported Long Chen's participation in the battle. He instantly added 10 votes. With his support, the fifth epic ancestor god gained a few more votes. Me too. Unexpectedly, the last neutral fourth epic ancestor god, Nature Ancestor, also expressed his stance at that moment. Another 10 votes instantly increased. Even the fourth epic ancestor god's side had more than 100 votes. In addition, more and more fifth epic ancestor gods supported him. I support him. Ancestor god Luya supported him. They all knew how powerful ancestor god Pangu was. But what they wanted to know was what kind of sparks Pangu would create in the battle against Long Chen, who had been bragging about him to such an extent. Me too. Ancestor god Hongjun said. At this point, the Ancestor God Alliance had more than the average person's support. Although the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others had yet to express their stance, this matter was already settled. Thank you, Ancestor God. Since more than half of the Ancestor Gods agree, then Long Chen will officially replace me. This matter was quickly settled. There was no pressure. After all, Long Chen's conditions were special. He was more attractive than Ancestor God Pangu's battle for revenge. Everyone was curious. Hearing this, the surrounding Ancestor gods actually cheered. It seemed that although they did not have the power to decide, they were still very excited. It seemed that to them, this battle was already exciting enough because of this interlude. I'm afraid that Long Chen will be kicked out in the first battle. If that happened, both Ancestor God Pangu and himself would lose all face. They will not be able to raise their heads in the myriad worlds in the future. Everyone discussed. Ancestor God Pangu patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "It's up to you now. There's already good news." Great Dream Heart Ancestor and Nature Ancestor said that if you can take first place in this final battle, they will firmly support you. Let our fourth era's primordial ancestor god team expand to 10 people and suppress them. You saw the situation today. The two of them are very useful. It is because they support you replacing me that we won the votes. Otherwise, if the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others oppose, this plan will not succeed. Actually, with the addition of the two, the originally balanced scales would indeed be broken. The advantage was now gathered on Long Chen's side. Of course, all of this was under the premise that Long Chen could take first place in this battle. This was not easy. Although it was a boast, the fifth era's primordial ancestor gods who could reach this stage were not weaklings. Opposite them, the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others were discussing. What the hell, can Long Chen really reach this stage so quickly? Around 4 months, in my destruction ancestral domain, he is still no match for the Ghost Steel Ancestor, said the Bright Gold Ancestor. Even if he has the Time World, can he rush to this stage in such a short time? In any case, I don't believe it. What are they trying to do? Chiyu Ancestor said, "Everyone, I think that he wants to take first place, and then the remaining 2 fourth era's primordial ancestor gods might stand on his side because of this." I see. Clearly, this is the goal, to let Long Chen display himself. They finally understood. However, according to the Ancestral Gods Alliance's rules, this matter had already been confirmed. Although it is a little unpleasant and dangerous, this is a good opportunity to kill him. Chiyu, I'll leave this matter to you. The 9 fourth era's primordial ancestor gods had high hopes for Chiyu Ancestor. These old foxes, why didn't they announce it earlier? If they had announced it in advance, I could have made some arrangements, giving Chiyu more confidence in killing him, said the Chaos Whole Ancestor fiercely. No need, I have confidence in killing him, said Chiyu Ancestor firmly. In any case, you must stop him no matter what, and don't let him take first place. It's best if you don't let him display himself. Of course, if you can kill him, don't be lenient. The stability of the myriad worlds depends on you, Chiyu. No problem. Chiyu Ancestor's eyes were blood red, and his 4 fists were already clenched tightly. I didn't expect that I would meet you here. This is my last chance. Long Chen. You're the one who wants to die. Qiyu ancestor's heart surged with anger. He had seized the world origin several times. He had even let Long Chen escape the last time. Even he, Qiyu ancestor, had recovered with great difficulty. This time, perhaps he had fulfilled the promise that Long Chen had made to defeat him within a year. You really came. Look down on me, Qiyu. You will die a terrible death. Actually, if there was a vote just now, he, Qiyu ancestor, would definitely support Long Chen's participation in the battle. Let me take a look at the battle flow. Chapter 3578. First Battle, Ancestor God Luya. The skinny man appeared in Long Chen's vision. An ancestor god in a tattered robe. Like heavenly deity Luya, this ancestor god's eyes were in the shape of the 8 trigrams. He was heavenly deity Luya's ancestor. Dao Ancestor Luya. He remembered that Dao Ancestor Luya was now on Long Chen's side and supported Long Chen. He had thought that his first opponent would be Ancestor God Pangu, which meant that he had no hope of winning. Now that it was Long Chen, there was some suspense. Seeing that Long Chen was looking at him, he smiled at Long Chen and transmitted his voice. Although I'm on your side, I won't go easy on you in this battle. If you want to get first place, you'll have to get through me first. If I can't deal with you, you'll have to face the demon ancestor Qiyu later. That'll be even worse. Don't worry, I will satisfy the Dao ancestor. Dao Ancestor Luya's Dao was the great Dao, the great laws. He naturally could not be underestimated. Dao Ancestor Luya, Demon Ancestor Qiyu, and finally Ancestor God Hongjun. After replacing Pangu, the 3 possible opponents were indeed quite heaven-defying. Why, are you confident? Chaos Ancestor God asked. Long Chen said, I am somewhat confident, but the specifics will depend on the actual battle. A total of 8 5th-era ancestor gods. For today's battle, the most important thing for Long Chen was the support of Great Dream Heart Ancestor and Nature Ancestor. If he could get their help, the future of the 10,000 worlds would basically be clear. Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others would basically lose the ability to fight against Long Chen, especially when Long Chen continued to advance. He was clearly approaching the 4th-era ancestor god. No one in the world could destroy the divine bodies of the 4 ancestor dragons. In the blink of an eye, the highly anticipated battle of the 5th-era ancestor gods began under the witness of all the ancestor gods. The ancestor gods were extremely far away, and the 4th-era ancestor gods set up a huge sealed battlefield for the ancestor gods to fight within, and the victor would be decided under the witness of the 10,000 worlds. The first battle was between Ancestor God Hongjun and his opponent. Long Chen had noticed Ancestor God Hongjun before this. He was extremely powerful, and was in no way weaker than Ancestor God Pangu. This time, he was facing an opponent who was in no way inferior to Elder God Luya. The battle began at this moment. The hearts of countless elder gods were seething with excitement as they battled. Buzz! The origin power of the world swept across the battlefield. Pop! In less than 30 breaths of time, Ancestor God Hongjun had used an extremely dominating method to obtain victory. Do you see that? Long Chen, Elder God Hongjun, is even more powerful than Fiend Ancestor Qiyu. In fact, your real opponent today is him, the Chaos Ancestral God whispered to Long Chen. I understand. Long Chen knew very well that the Qiyu demon ancestor was actually below Pangu and Hongjun. Everyone knew why he defeated Pangu the last time. After Ancestor God Hongjun won, he seemed to hear the Chaos Ancestral God and Long Chen discussing him. He glanced over. He was also an ancestor god who stood on Long Chen's side. Thus, he revealed a hint of a smile and didn't say anything else. The Great Dream Heart Ancestor and the Nature Ancestor have invited Hongjun to use his full strength. Thus, if you can charge to the point where you are his enemy, he won't hold back. If you hold back in the slightest, those two ancestor gods will easily discover it. When that happens, they won't be able to accept it. I understand as well. Long Chen had a rough idea of what would happen in today's battle. Soon, the second battle came to an end. In the third battle, Fiend Ancestor Qiyu took the stage. The battle between Long Chen and Tao Ancestor Luya took place in the final battle, which was also the fourth battle. In the second battle, the two ancestor gods fought with great difficulty. In the end, the victor won by a narrow margin. From the looks of it, that person wasn't a match for ancestor god Hongjun. Therefore, ancestor god Hongjun was basically guaranteed to enter the top two. In the third battle, Fiend Ancestor Qiyu fought with Long Chen. He fought violently and his ability was indeed extraordinary. Not long after, he successfully defeated his opponent and still maintained a relatively strong battle strength. After the battle ended, he looked at Long Chen with his blood-red eyes and laughed coldly. You must win. I can't wait, Long Chen. I'm looking forward to seeing you boast to such an extent today. I want to see how strong you are. In the previous few battles, I was the one who humiliated you. I hope that this time, you can fight against me like a man. Otherwise, I will look down on you forever. Up to you. Next, it was Long Chen's battle. Frankly speaking, the first three battles were basically within the expectations of all the ancestor gods present. Hongjun and Qiyu, the two undefeated ancestor gods, maintained their undefeated record once again. If Long Chen didn't participate, then ancestor god Pangu would probably be slightly stronger than Tao ancestor Luya. Now that the challenger had changed, almost all the ancestor gods were extremely curious about Long Chen's current strength. Therefore, when the fourth battle arrived, it became the most attention-grabbing battle, the one that caused everyone's blood to boil. In the eyes of the countless ancestor gods, Long Chen had always been a heaven-defying oddball. Actually, Lingxi's progress was already very terrifying. It was just that her brilliance was still overshadowed by Long Chen. Now, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Chen and Tao ancestor Luya entered the sealed battlefield. Under the arrangements of the fourth epoch's ancestor gods, there was a starry sky inside. It was boundlessly vast, enough for them to fight and even destroy. In front of them, Tao ancestor Luya stepped on an enormous 8 trigrams diagram. He came from the void, looking extremely otherworldly. Billions of worlds were under his control. Long Chen, it has begun. In today's sparring, we will know who is stronger and who is weaker. Buzz buzz. Tao ancestor Luya's voice echoed in the merciless void. No one announced the battle, but it had already begun. In Tao ancestor Luya's hand, a snow-white flying dagger appeared. He pinched the flying dagger with 2 fingers and waved it casually, as if it was about to slit throats. After the flying dagger were thousands of 8 trigrams diagrams. Immortal slaying flying dagger. This was Tao ancestor Luya's world essence. The heaven god world was built upon this immortal slaying flying dagger. The fifth epoch's world essence. Flying daggers have no eyes. Please be careful. Tao ancestor Luya was very courteous. Before he attacked, he even gave an extra warning. Outside the battlefield, everyone was already holding their breath. Even the fourth epoch's ancestor gods could not fully grasp the situation of the battle. In their eyes, Long Chen and Tao ancestor Luya were already experts infinitely close to their level. Long Chen held the slaughter ring in his hand, the life ring on his finger, the time chain on his arm, and the karma ring hidden in his heart, ready to fight at any time. The 4 world essences were all ready for battle. Great Tao murderous will. Suddenly, Tao ancestor Luya attacked. Under the rules, the flying dagger was just a flash of light. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to fuse with the rules. It was just a single rule, but it seemed to encompass all the rules in the world. All the power of heaven and earth fused into one, and then it displayed the pinnacle of murderous will. Nothing was spared from the great Tao murderous will. Blood-colored dragon scales covered Long Chen's body. He felt the most terrifying murderous will besides himself. Because of this, his primordial blood spirit dragon body was not convinced. In terms of the massacre rule, the primordial blood spirit dragon wanted to be number 1. Cosmic blood rain. The great Tao murderous will was just a flash of light, the light of certain death. And now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Long Chen brandished his massacre. Laws swept out and instantly, the sky was filled with a rain of blood that instantly covered the entire battlefield. The raindrops on the entire battlefield were endless sword chi. Whoosh! The cosmic blood rain fell. It seemed like it had missed the great Tao murderous will. It seemed like the great Tao murderous will had broken through the endless blood rain, but in reality, that was not the case. In that instant, the endless blood rain disappeared, blocking the great Tao murderous will and condensing into a blood-colored blade. When the blade was formed, that was the true killing intent. The endless cosmic blood rain turned into a blood-colored sword. The great Tao murderous will was pure and unparalleled. As for the cosmic blood rain, it was ferocious and extremely murderous. To Long Chen, his opponent only had the intent, but not the substance. He did not just have the massacre Tao. Ding! The great Tao murderous will's rules clashed with the blood-colored sword. The sharpest part of it clashed. Layer by layer. Wang! In an instant, the murderous will collided and swept out, almost leaking out of the battlefield. Bang! Chapter 3579. He blocked it. In truth, in the past, Long Chen would definitely not have been able to fight Tao ancestor Luya. Although he had only blocked it, it was enough to shock many. For example, the Chaos Cave ancestor and the others. Chiyu, looks like it won't be easy for you to defeat Long Chen, demon ancestor Chiyu said. Not bad indeed. He has improved greatly. However, he will only be my opponent after he defeats Luya. We'll talk about it then. As he spoke, in the battlefield, Long Chen and Tao ancestor Luya had already clashed again. Eye of Heavenly Tao. Tao ancestor Luya attacked again. In truth, Long Chen was very calm. He did not attack first. This was his first time fighting such an opponent. He chose to endure it and experience his opponent's strength and terror. That way, he would have a deeper understanding of his current realm. Therefore, he allowed Tao ancestor Luya to attack first. Moreover, this was only his first opponent. Long Chen did not want to reveal all his trump cards. Tao ancestor Luya used the Eye of Heavenly Tao nomological law. It was truly heaven-defying. In his hand, the immortal slaying flying saber instantly split into a million. With Tao ancestor Luya as the core, countless shining immortal slaying flying sabers lined up, shining brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge eye beside Tao ancestor Luya. It was the Eye of Heavenly Tao, boundlessly huge. Tao ancestor Luya was at the core of this eye. Before Long Chen, the eye formed by the immortal slaying flying saber could no longer be seen. To him, it was an eye. It was the eye of the entire world. Bright like the divine might of the heavenly Tao, boundless and filled with awe-inspiring power. The suppression of the ancestral soul. Wang. The Eye of Heavenly Tao was completely different from the killing intent of the great Tao. It surpassed the previous ones and gave Long Chen an unprecedented impact. Under the vast Eye of Heavenly Tao, Long Chen could not help but sigh. Every fifth-era ancestral god that could reach the top 8 was truly extraordinary. The Eye of Heavenly Tao shocked everyone present. Many ancestral gods could not help but discuss. If not for Long Chen, Tao ancestor Luya should be ranked 4th. That's right. The Eye of the Heavenly Tao was clearly stronger than even Elder God Hun Kuan. One could see that the huge eye on the battlefield had completely enveloped Long Chen. What was Long Chen's fate? This was what everyone was concerned about. Amidst all the light, the ancestral soul's shock and the dazzling light made Longchen fully aware of how terrifying this rule was, but it did not scare him. He was now equivalent to 4 ancestral dragons. I'll use you to break it. Among the 4 ancestral dragons, Longchen chose the Void Cosmic Dragon. 3 lives, 3 worlds, past life, present life. The chains of time were connected in Longchen's hands, forming a ring. The ring spun in front of Longchen's eyes, instantly forming a vortex of time. The vortex of time expanded in a very short period of time, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the eye of the heavenly Tao. Break past life, break present life. In fact, the Creator God did not have a past life or present life, but Longchen's time rule allowed him to truly trace back to the most ancient times and directly pass through time. This was the foundation of time travel. For example, at this moment, Longchen stretched out his hand and passed through the vortex. When his hand was removed from the vortex, it was already in the past. At that time, Tao ancestor Luya had just used the eye of the heavenly Tao, and Longchen had passed through it, striking Tao ancestor Luya with an eternal time finger. Boom! In that instant, the entire eye of the heavenly Tao collapsed. It exploded into countless pieces. Only the immortal slaying flying saber remained. Tao ancestor Luya was knocked back thousands of kilometers, and there was a bloody hole in his chest, which had been caused by Longchen. Although Longchen had been shocked previously, he was now unscathed. In this clash, it was clear that Longchen had the upper hand, and it seemed like he had easily suppressed Tao ancestor Luya. Most importantly, he had broken through Tao ancestor Luya's eye of the heavenly Tao. This was what made him truly powerful. What law was that just now? Chaos Whole Shaman Ancestor exclaimed. The time law seemed to have traveled through time and arrived in the past. He injured Luya in the past, causing him to be injured now. What an unimaginable method. This Longchen's improvement is actually so terrifying. The discussion of the 4th epoch's primordial ancestor gods, as well as the clamor of the 10,000 ancestor gods, made Chiyu ancestor's expression even darker. He licked his lips and stared at Longchen. It's best if you win this battle. That way, he would be able to meet Longchen and fight. Up until now, Longchen had already displayed methods that surpassed his previous ones. Chiyu ancestor truly understood that if he did not kill Longchen this time, he would never have another chance in the future. His entire body was hot, and it was as if a volcano had erupted in his chest. Endless evil thoughts spread throughout the entire 10,000 worlds. The demonic nature of the primeval troll was actually inherited from Chiyu ancestor. When Longchen's time law caused the crowd to boil, Tao ancestor Luya was actually very calm, but he was also extremely excited. Very good, you are very strong. He was familiar with Longchen and supported Longchen. Naturally, the stronger Longchen was, the more excited he was. It was also better for him to unleash his abilities to his heart's content. Now that he had been injured by Longchen, he felt that the battle was coming to an end. However, he still had an even more powerful method. 10,000 Daos contend. This was Tao ancestor Luya's purest killing method. In an instant, the starry sky changed, and countless stars gathered. There were billions of them. Under Tao ancestor Luya's control, billions of stars condensed under his control. Every 100 million stars condensed into an astral serpent. There were 10,000 astral serpents, each of which was different in color and had different Daos. The 10,000 Daos contend swept out, and the expressions of many ancestor gods changed again. They had thought that Longchen had secured victory, but that was not the case. Tao ancestor Luya attacked again, and even Chiyu ancestor's expression changed because he was not sure that he could withstand such a killing move. The difference between Tao ancestor Luya and Chiyu ancestor was so small that it was almost negligible. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar again. Kill! 10,000 astral silver serpents attacked like 10,000 Daos contend. The entire battlefield had become the domain of the astral silver serpents. Now, everyone was looking forward to Long Chen's performance. Would he still be able to break the stalemate? The answer was, of course, yes. No matter how ferocious the laws were, Long Chen's previous battles had given him immense confidence. Now, at this critical moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he put away his killing intent and a halberd appeared in his hand. Karma War Halberd. Because of the appearance of karma, the blood-colored dragon scales on Long Chen's body began to evenly turn black and white. From a dragon of slaughter, he had directly transformed into a dragon of judgment. A keeper of order, a judge. A true ruler. With the war halberd in hand, he hacked furiously in all directions. Ancestral Dragon Heavenly Tribulation. Long Chen brandished the Karma War Halberd, which gave birth to a golden dragon and a black divine dragon. The two divine dragons wrapped around the Karma War Halberd, occasionally transforming into lightning. Occasionally transforming into flames. The seemingly simple twin dragons contained the heaven-defying power of judgment. Break. At this moment, Long Chen wielded the twin dragons and clashed fiercely with Dao ancestor Luya, who wielded 10,000 snakes. The furious dragons soared into the sky, devouring the heavens and destroying the earth. Under the astonished gazes of countless elder gods, Long Chen's incomparably domineering power of judgment tore apart one giant serpent after another. Although Long Chen was inferior to his opponent in terms of numbers, it was an overwhelming victory. Rip. The black and gold dragons swept through the battlefield, tearing apart countless astral silver serpents in a very short period of time. Finally, only Dao ancestor Luya was left under the control of the twin dragons. He stopped attacking and revealed a bitter smile. I've lost. Indeed, the ancestral dragon Heavenly Tribulation had destroyed his 10,000 Daos struggle. With 10,000 Daos destroyed, he had completely lost. Actually, the final battle had ended very quickly. The 10,000 elder gods were still marveling at Dao ancestor Luya's power when the battle was over. Looking at Dao ancestor Luya between the twin dragons, everyone knew that he had no choice but to admit defeat. Long Chen had achieved a resounding victory in this battle. Very good. The primal chaos elder gods and the others could not help but laugh. The opening had gone very smoothly. Just this battle alone had announced to the 10,000 realms that Long Chen had won. Now, he was the strongest person below the Fourth Era's primal ancestor god. Apart from the Fourth Era's primal ancestor god, no one could control him. Not even the Fourth Era's primal ancestor god would be able to do so. This also meant that the day Long Chen controlled the 10,000 realms was not far away. Of course, to the Chaos Cave ancestor and the others, this was a nightmare. Chapter 3580. Long Chen's battle was a huge opportunity that had been delivered to his doorstep. Chiyu Demon Ancestor and Long Chen's new and old grudges were now gathered together. After the other battles ended, it was Chiyu Demon Ancestor and Long Chen's turn to enter the battlefield. Dao Ancestor Luya and Ancestor God Hong Jun, who were blocking Long Chen's path to final victory, were on Long Chen's side. Only Chiyu Demon Ancestor was determined to hate Long Chen and was a huge obstacle in his way. Therefore, this battle was more eye-catching than the battle between Long Chen and Dao Ancestor Luya. Long Chen and Chiyu Demon Ancestor, who was surrounded by demonic aura, faced off in the middle of the battlefield. Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others knew that this might be the last chance to stop Long Chen from dominating the myriad worlds. This moment was extremely important to them. In fact, they had never been so nervous since their rebirth. Chiyu will definitely succeed. Not long ago, Long Chen was considered a small fry among the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds who still needed Chiyu Demon Ancestor's protection. He was no different from the 9th and 8th era's ancestor gods. His strength soared. The battle had not yet begun, but the tense atmosphere had already begun. Tens of thousands of ancestor gods, including Ancestor God of Destruction, stared at them, as if afraid that they would miss the exciting part of the battle if they blinked. Long Chen's hands were empty as he looked at Qiyu demon ancestor. After defeating Dao ancestor Luya, although he was still a little uncertain about the outcome of the battle, it did not affect his state of mind. Even if the one standing in front of him was a super great enemy. From crushing Long Chen with one punch to almost taking Long Chen's life in the tomb of Samsara, Long Chen's battle prowess back then was far inferior to him. Everything you have will end at this moment. Qiyu demon ancestor's demonic aura surged into the sky. His divine body was constantly strengthening. The thick and heavy aura of an ancestor god and the majestic power of origin of the world swept over his body. The laws that belonged to his demon Dao even transformed into runes that trembled on his body. That was his true strength. As one of the victors of the 5th era's ancestral god battle, demon ancestor Qiyu indeed had the right to be arrogant. Before it ends, everything I say is just a joke. Long Chen smiled calmly. Humph. The Qiyu demon ancestor was extremely straightforward and cold. At this moment, he had already announced the start of the battle. The most intense battle was about to erupt at this moment. Hua. As soon as the battle began, the crowd clamored. After all, this was a peak battle between the universe-enlightened ancestral gods of the 5th era. The devilish aura of the Qiyu demon ancestor swept across the sky, engulfing the entire battlefield in his blazing devilish aura. Within it, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. It was as though there were billions of devilish airs and evil spirits wreaking havoc within. Long Chen was surrounded by countless devilish auras. This was like a maze that had lost all sense of direction, sealing Long Chen in a world of devils. You managed to escape from the tomb of Samsara. This time, you won't be able to escape. Your luck can't possibly be that good. The enraged voice of the Qiyu demon ancestor reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. I can't see anymore. Fiend ancestor Qiyu has sealed the battlefield. Is he really looking for a chance to kill Long Hutsun? That can't be. If that's the case, the Chaos Ancestral God and the Primordial Ancestral God will definitely not allow it, and the Chaos Ancestral Magus Ancestor and Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha will support it. Is there going to be a civil war among the ancestral gods because of their battle today? Then, which side should we stand on when the time comes? For a moment, all the ancestral gods who were watching the battle were somewhat flustered. The entire huge battlefield, and even the entire myriad realms, were in an uproar. The experts of the fiend gods and the fiend gods were probably aware of the change in the group of heaven-defying ancestral gods this time. Long Chen was the mastermind behind all of this. If Long Chen can win, he will be able to unify the myriad realms in the future. There will be no more civil wars and conflicts between the myriad realms. You're thinking too much. When he has such great power, our lives will be worthless in his eyes. When the time comes, the myriad realms will have to submit to his tyrannical power, and we will be even more miserable. Almost all the ancestral gods were restless, but for Long Chen and the others, there was only the intense battle at the moment. The battle against the fiend gods. The crucial battle. In the future, if I want to take control of the myriad realms, I will have to get past fiend ancestor Qiyu. If I don't take control of the myriad realms, it will only be a matter of time before the myriad realms fall into chaos and infighting. Long Chen's eyes were blazing, and he was filled with the will to fight. Instant demon. Fiend ancestor Qiu's first attack was the fiend god laws that had nearly killed Long Chen. Back in the tomb of Samsara, Long Chen had been completely unable to resist. And now, instant demon was attacking once more. Countless fiend god shadows churned within the vortex of demonic aura. Instant demon's slaughter was everywhere. A massive shadow enveloped Long Chen's body, descending upon his flesh and blood. Under fiend ancestor Qiu's command, fiend god images appeared within his flesh and blood. They were the images that were tearing at his flesh and blood. Die. Fiend ancestor Qiu had changed his laws in order to kill Long Chen as quickly as possible, so that the primal chaos ancestral gods and the others wouldn't have a chance to counterattack. In his heart and in his mouth, he was seething with rage. Long Chen must die. The higher one was, the more they didn't want to be controlled. It was the same for fiend ancestor Qiyu. But in the face of all this, Long Chen remained calm. His eyes shone with emerald green light. Amidst the countless black vortexes, no matter how much demonic aura surged, he remained unmoved. On his finger, the dragon-headed ring shone with the light of life. It was sparkling and translucent, and inside the dragon-headed ring was an endless, emerald world of life. It was a manifestation of power. Countless emerald green lives were rapidly changing in a whirlpool-like wind. Samsara of life. This was a completely new part of the life laws. It took at least several centuries for Long Chen to completely understand it. The samsara of life was a vortex of life. Under Long Chen's control, the vortex swept outwards, and the emerald green light expanded endlessly. What is that? It seems to be emerald green life force. All the elder gods saw it. Originally, Long Chen had already been devoured by fiend ancestor Qiu's demonic aura. But soon, a speck of emerald green energy appeared within the vortex of demonic aura. That energy was like a vortex, constantly expanding and revolving within it at a terrifying speed. Buzz. In an instant, the emerald green vortex expanded explosively. In an extremely short period of time, it tore through fiend ancestor Qiu's boundless world of darkness, shattering it into pieces. Boom! The emerald green vortex broke free from fiend ancestor Qiu's control. The black and green energies suddenly separated. They stood as equals. However, the emerald green vortex was even larger. Amidst the terrifying swirling life force, one could see that Long Chen was at the very center of the vortex. His long hair fluttered. In this samsara of life, he had become the ruler of all life. As for fiend ancestor Qiu, he was filled with confidence. He could no longer control Long Chen. Instead, he allowed Long Chen to easily break free. Now, his entire body was trembling. The emerald green energy had transformed into thousands of Taiji dragons that were wreaking havoc on his enormous body. Scram! The demonic body had the rumbling power of origin of the world. The origin of the 5 worlds gathered together and gave birth to endless power. They transformed into demonic claws that tore apart Long Chen's attack. However, fiend ancestor Qiu did not have it easy. In front of him, Long Chen, who was shrouded in the evil vortex, was unscathed. The same attack had lost its effect in such a short period of time. To fiend ancestor Qiu, this was a huge blow. It was unbelievable. It was hatred, madness, and malevolence. Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar. It turned out that Long Chen had already reached the stage where he could easily defeat fiend ancestor Qiu. It seemed like he did not have to use much strength. It was almost the same as when he fought against Dao ancestor Luya. Could it be that there is really no one who can stop Long Chen? That might not be the case. Fiend ancestor Qiu has not reached the stage where he is truly crazy. He hates Long Chen more than we do. Moreover, even if fiend ancestor Qiu is defeated, there is still Hong Jun. I feel that among the ancestor gods of the 5th era, Hong Jun is definitely the strongest. I'm just afraid that ancestor god Hong Jun will go easy and let Long Chen become the champion. Chapter 3581. Even if I, Qiu, am torn to shreds, I will stop you, Long Chen, from dominating the myriad worlds. I will destroy your soul and completely annihilate you. You and your mystical dragon race should have been annihilated. Why drag out your feeble existence? Buzz buzz buzz. Demon ancestor Qiu transformed into a towering giant. He stood proudly in the endless starry sky. In his eyes, Long Chen was nothing more than a speck of dust. Boom! At this moment, Long Chen transformed into a giant mystical dragon. He was black and white, and his entire body seemed to be forged from gold and steel. In between his brows, there was a sharp judgment sword. It was formed from the karmic halberd. His claws were like curved blades, flashing with endless cold light in the starry sky. His dragon tail was like a spear, sharp, huge, and terrifying. The mystical dragon and the giant faced off in the starry sky. Even for elder gods, this was a shocking sight to behold. They were existences as large as several worlds. They were the true rulers of the myriad worlds. Roar! The giant and the mystical dragon roared angrily. In the endless battlefield, they began to fight. Rip! Close combat was even more dangerous. However, the divine Tao Heart Dragon was a steel mystical dragon. As they fought, his horn sword, claws, and tail spear left countless bloody wounds on demon ancestor Qiyu. In contrast, even if demon ancestor Qiyu could attack Long Chen, he could not break through Long Chen's Taiji life form. The Taiji life form was undying and indestructible. With the Taiji life form dragon's body, Long Chen's life would hardly be in danger. The scene was grand and dangerous, rarely seen in the world. Sinful Sky Fiend. Demon ancestor Chio's entire body was stained with blood. At this moment, the blood on his body began to burn, transforming into scarlet flames that constantly burned and destroyed. Sinful sky fiends were born from the blazing flames. In the myriad worlds, there were trillions of living beings. Every single one of them had devilish wills and evil wills. Even animals and flowers had evil wills and evil hearts. These devilish thoughts were the power of sinful sky fiends. What demon ancestor Qiyu used was the devilish thoughts in the hearts of all living beings in the world. All the devilish thoughts gathered in the scarlet flames on demon ancestor Chio's body. Greed, anger, obsession. All sorts of sins gathered in his heart. The Qiyu demon ancestor was the demon ancestor, the origin of demonic will. The sinful heavenly demon existed in his heart and within his rules. For a time, killing intent soared into the heavens. Even though the elder gods were far enough away, their minds were still affected by the Qiyu fiend ancestor's demonic will, causing them to feel all sorts of negative emotions. Amazing. It was precisely because of this fear that everyone couldn't help but take a step back. As far as the eye could see, the Qiyu demon ancestor's bloody and sinful heavenly demon fire had already engulfed Long Chen. The demonic aura was monstrous and simply wanted to suppress everything. Even the ancestral god of the fourth era wasn't confident that he could safely resolve the Qiyu demon ancestor's attack. In fact, be it Long Chen or the Qiyu demon ancestor, they were already very close to the fourth era's Yuanzhu realm. The sinful heavenly demon came pressing down. The Qiyu fiend ancestor's eyes were bloodshot as his killing intent gathered on the laws. In the face of all this, Long Chen still didn't take the initiative to attack, but he didn't panic. To him, today was more of a test of the results of his 10,000 years of cultivation. Even though he had obtained the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon origin dragon soul in the end and became the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon, Long Chen had also comprehended many laws. The righteous path of the human world was one, and the ancestral dragon heavenly tribulation was another, but definitely not all. For example, at this moment, surrounded by the sinful heavenly demon, Long Chen, who had transformed into the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon, wandered in the starry sky. His body gave off a resplendent light that illuminated the heavens and earth. Demonic will, the enemy of evil thoughts, was the judgment of good and evil. It was justice. The divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon was definitely the most righteous dragon. When the demonic will was born, he displayed his true power. The righteous Qi swept out. The more demonic will the Qiyu demon ancestor gathered, the greater the power of the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon's judgment. Sinful prison. Sinful prison. This was the law of the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon. When the Qiyu demon ancestor's sinful heavenly demon surged over, Long Chen turned into the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon and wandered around. The horn sword, claw blade, and tail spear on his body drew out golden or black trajectories in the void. These trajectories seemed to come to life, and in a very short time, they formed a prison, trapping the Qiyu demon ancestor within. The golden and black prison. Light shone, and the power of justice swept out, dispersing all evil. When it shone on the Chiyu demon ancestor, it produced sizzling sounds, and the scarlet flames were about to shrink. Puny tricks, how dare you make me, the sinful heavenly demon? The Chiyu demon ancestor roared. To be honest, Long Chen's endless means had already frightened the Chiyu demon ancestor. As a four-headed ancestral dragon, he had too many means, and the laws were getting stronger. Ancestor god Pangu was also watching this scene. This was actually his battle of revenge, so he was a little nervous, until the sinful prison was born. What a Long Chen! What a formidable power of karmic judgment! The more evil one is, the more powerful it is. This divine Tao heart-refining dragon is truly the bane of the Chiyu demon ancestor. Just as ancestor god Pangu had said, after the Chiyu demon ancestor was sealed up by the sinful prison, he wanted to use the sinful heavenly demon to break out of the prison and kill Long Chen. But when he slammed into the prison, he finally felt how terrifying it was. This was a prison that was designed just for him. Break! The Chiyu demon ancestor drove the blood-sinful heavenly demon flames to destroy the sinful prison continuously. The power of justice and evil clashed time and time again. However, the sinful prison did not break at all. The Chiyu demon ancestor was like a bird that was trapped in a cage. But of course, he did not give in. Boom! Boom! The sinful prison trembled continuously. Shrink! Long Chen could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He controlled the sinful prison and had it shrink. Instantly, a cage that was as hard as steel wrapped itself around the body of the Chiyu demon ancestor. No matter how much the Chiyu demon ancestor's body shrank, the sinful prison would shrink as well. It coiled around his hands tightly and tightened its grip on his flesh. That sinful heavenly demon was forcefully suppressed as well and dissipated into thin air. The most important thing was that the sinful prison was still burning with golden and black flames. The karmic judgment flames were burning his body, tormenting the Chiyu demon ancestor who possessed a tremendous amount of demonic will. If this were to carry on, he would have the sinful prison ripped apart into pieces of minced meat. Arg! In the blink of an eye, the roars of the Chiyu demon ancestor turned into a series of tragic wails. He had been defeated. Long Chen had used the sinful prison to imprison him. Now that Long Chen had taken on his human form, he wielded the karma halberd. Without saying anything more, he pierced through the Chiyu demon ancestor's body, pinning it at the position of the world source. The Chiyu demon ancestor was still under the control of Long Chen. He had used all his strength, but he was unable to break through the seal of the sinful prison and escape from it. And during this period of time when he was sealed, he was completely unable to resist against Long Chen's attacks. Chiyu demon ancestor, have you seen the current situation clearly? A loser. The current situation is that even if I want you to die, you will have no choice but to die. Long Chen's cold and decisive voice reverberated through the endless starry sky. Every single ancestor god present could naturally hear it clearly. Now that the demonic repellent was gone, they could see it clearly as well. I haven't lost. The Chiyu demon ancestor's eyes were bloodshot as his body trembled within the sinful prison. He looked at Long Chen with eyes that were about to pop out. He actually refused to admit defeat. Being able to defeat the Chiyu demon ancestor today was extremely satisfying for Long Chen. The Chiyu demon ancestor could be considered as a sore point in his heart. Now that the knot in his heart had been removed, it could be said that he had obtained justice for ancestor god Pangu. Long Chen has defeated the Chiyu demon ancestor. The sinful prison immobilized the Chiyu demon ancestor. If Long Chen was willing, he could have killed the Chiyu demon ancestor at any time. He's too powerful. He's too exciting. Some people were happy about this outcome, while others were worried. Of course, the Chiyu demon ancestor still refused to admit defeat and struggled desperately. But he only made a fool of himself. Now, the one who was worshipped by everyone was still Long Chen. Alright, Chiyu, stop embarrassing yourself. You've lost. The Chaos Hole Sorcerer ancestor could not bear to watch any longer. He had lost all his face, so he said to the struggling Chiyu. The Chiyu demon ancestor gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. I'll admit defeat on his behalf, said the Chaos Hole Sorcerer ancestor. Long Chen smiled and said, then there's no problem. He released the Chiyu demon ancestor and removed the sinful prison. The outcome of the battle had already been determined. Long Chen and Hong Jun would fight for the final battle to determine who would become the strongest ancestor god of the Fifth Era. For a moment, everyone cheered for Long Chen. As for the defeated Chiyu demon ancestor, not many people paid attention to him. Now, everyone was focused on whether Long Chen would make it to the end. In the next instant after the Chiyu demon ancestor broke free, he stared at Long Chen. The outcome had already been decided, but there was no life and death battle. Chapter 3582. It was his only chance. If he missed it, he would never have another chance to kill Long Chen in this life. It doesn't matter if I lose or admit defeat. As long as he's dead, so what if I'm despicable and have already lost? The Chiyu demon ancestor was repeating the trick he had used against ancestor god Pangu. The ominous chi of 10,000 demons was perfect for this moment. When he was trapped in the nefarious prison, the Chiyu demon ancestor had used too much of the ominous chi of 10,000 demons. He was just waiting for this moment. Although this is the second time, they would never have imagined that I would choose to counterattack after admitting defeat. I hadn't even admitted defeat against ancestor god Pangu the last time. In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through the Chiyu demon ancestor's mind, and he looked even more ferocious. Die. As long as Long Chen was hit by the ominous chi of 10,000 demons, the Chiyu demon ancestor was 100% confident that he could kill Long Chen and destroy his source energy completely when the Chaos Ancestor God and the others arrived. As for the Chaos Ancestor God and the others, the Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others would definitely make a move when the opportunity presented itself. As long as they could stop the Chaos Ancestor God and the others, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. With the nefarious prison removed, the Chiyu demon ancestor exploded and attacked with lightning speed. His sudden movement caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the ancestor god would find it hard to imagine that he would choose to attack after being defeated, especially with the ominous chi of 10,000 demons. Hee. Suddenly, Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and disappeared before the Chiyu demon ancestor's eyes. In terms of timing, Long Chen had already done this when he removed the Sin Cage. It was done simultaneously. It was also because of this that when the ominous chi of 10,000 demons surged out, Long Chen was already prepared and disappeared before the Chiyu demon ancestor's eyes. Ugh! The ominous chi had actually lost its target. The Chiyu demon ancestor was stunned. Clearly, Long Chen had already guessed his next move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Demon ancestor Chiyu, you've already lost the battle. Yet, you're still trying to pull off the same old tricks. You're really thick-skinned, aren't you? By the time Long Chen appeared, he was already beside the Chaos Ancestor God and the others. No matter how much Demon Ancestor Chiyu wanted to kill Long Chen, there was nothing he could do now. You. Chiyu Fiend Ancestor turned back and happened to see Long Chen, who was looking pleased. Surrounded by the 10,000 fiendish baleful chi, his heart shook violently, and his mind went blank. In her eyes, there was only Long Chen's eyes that were as majestic as the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. I never would have thought that the exalted fiend ancestor Chiyu would be so despicable and shameless. After being defeated, you still want to launch a sneak attack. I imagine you want to use your myriad fiend baleful energy to kill me. Long Chen's voice drowned out Chiyu's, allowing every single elder god present to hear his words. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They saw it clearly. That was exactly what Chiyu Fiend Ancestor wanted to do. Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor did the same when he fought against Ancestor God Pangu. He didn't even admit defeat then, and now he is being suppressed by Long Chen. Who knew that he would do such a laughable thing? In terms of being despicable and shameless, there is indeed no one who can compare to Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor. All of a sudden, numerous Ancestor gods were discussing Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor. Their words were filled with disdain, disgust, and mockery. One of the strongest Ancestor gods of the 5th era actually did such a thing. That was really unexpected. Long Chen, don't spout nonsense. Since you have already won, then it is time for the final battle. Common People's Emperor Ancestor quibbled. I just wanted to use the 10,000 fiend baleful energy to break your cage. Who knew that you would suddenly release it? If not for Chaos Whole Ancestor telling me to admit defeat, you might not have won. Although everyone knew what Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor was thinking, he still wanted to quibble. This way, he could save face and prevent Long Chen from using the Ancestor God Alliance to punish him for today's matter. After all, there were many people who supported Long Chen. How hateful. His final chance to kill Long Chen had been missed just like that. Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor's heart was filled with rage. His improvement is just too quick. In such a short period of time, he has already surpassed me. If this were to continue, it would be unimaginable how far his status would fall in the future. Tens of thousands of Ancestor gods had established a nation of Ancestor gods. The Chi-Yu Demon Ancestor didn't want himself to be a nobody in this nation. He wanted to be at the top. He wanted to command everything. Ancestor gods were the top of everything. What he wanted was to be the top of the top. Today, he wanted to stop Long Chen from charging to the top. Who knew that he would become Long Chen's stepping stone? From now on, he would become a joke. For example, his quibble just now had attracted a round of mockery. Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor was furious and his face turned red. I should use this chance to take revenge on him. He had already broken the rules by attacking after admitting defeat. Long Chen could use the Ancestor God Alliance's decision to restrict and punish this guy. You don't have to waste your energy. You are already stronger than him. In the future, he won't be your match. There is no need to pursue this matter. The most important thing today is to obtain the recognition of Nature Ancestor and Great Dream Ancestor. You just need to defeat Hongjun in the final battle. The 4th epoch's Ancestor gods told Long Chen. That's right. Although the process was arduous, it was not his style to continue fighting with an opponent who had already been defeated. The Chi-Yu Demonic Ancestor used to be his target of challenge, but now he was just a defeated opponent. Long Chen looked down on him. Therefore, Long Chen put away his dissatisfaction towards Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor and let it go with a light smile. Such contempt was actually the greatest blow and revenge for Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor. Naturally, the Ancestor gods of the myriad worlds were still discussing. Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor felt like magma was flowing in his chest. However, he could only look at Long Chen with hatred. Next, it was the battle for 3rd place between Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor and another ancestor. Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor was not that superior. He was already injured in the battle with Long Chen. In the next battle, because of his chaotic mind, he was defeated again in front of everyone. The favorite to win was defeated again in 2 battles. In an instant, Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor's reputation fell to the lowest point. Even the chaotic whole ancestor and the others had ugly expressions. They did not want to pay attention to Chi-Yu Fiend Ancestor. Today, he was completely humiliated in the eyes of the Ancestor gods. Soon, no one paid attention to him. Because the 5th epoch's Ancestor God battle was about to usher in the final battle. That was the battle between Long Chen and Hongjun. The winner would be the strongest 5th epoch Ancestor God of the myriad worlds. At the same time, if Long Chen won, Nature Ancestor and Great Dream Ancestor would agree to stand on Long Chen's side. Now, the chaotic whole ancestor and the others are about to fall out. The internal war between the Ancestor gods is about to break out because of my existence. At this level, they will definitely use all their strength to stop me. Therefore, the support of these two fourth epoch ancestor gods is extremely important. If I can get their support, both sides will be evenly matched. I still have the chance to win and unify the myriad worlds. If I lose today, it will be difficult for me to continue in the future. No matter what, based on today's situation, these 9 fourth epoch ancestor gods will not watch me catch up to them or even surpass them. Long Chen was well aware of many things. From today onwards, even if the sky-devouring clan did not descend, the situation of the myriad worlds was different from before. On the other side, the 9 fourth epoch ancestor gods could not bear to see Long Chen surpass them. Today, they dared to order Qiyu Fiend Ancestor to attack. After today, both sides would definitely go from tit for tat to a real fight. Before the battle started, the fourth epoch ancestor gods on both sides were already at each other's throats. Nature Ancestor and Great Dream Ancestor were seriously considering this. Once they chose to stand on Long Chen's side, Long Chen would surpass them in the future and they would submit to Long Chen. Therefore, this was actually a gambling that Long Chen would build a peaceful and stable myriad worlds in the future. They used Long Chen's victory today to convince themselves. Chapter 3583. The final battle of the ancestor gods of the Fifth Era. The final victors, Long Chen and ancestor god Hongjun, stood on the battlefield. This battle was the last and most crucial one. Hongjun is the ancestor god who has hidden himself the most. Even the ancestor gods of the Fourth Era don't know what tricks he has up his sleeves. I'm not confident in this battle either. I can only fight to the death. As for Ancestor Nature and Great Dream Ancestor, since they made this agreement, they also set a limit for themselves. If I can't get first place, then they won't change their minds. In the future, when Chaotic Whole Ancestor and the others make things difficult for me, they won't help me anymore. After all, for all the ancestor gods, my future potential is a threat to them. Long Chen understood everything that happened today very well. On the opposite side, ancestor god Hongjun's face was cold. He had already entered a state of battle. When Chaos Ancestor God announced the start of the final battle, everyone entered a state of suffocation. They widened their eyes, afraid that they would miss the most crucial battle. Chaos Whole Ancestor and the other ancestor gods of the Fourth Era looked extremely cold. As long as Hongjun goes easy on him, Nature Ancestor and Great Dream Ancestor will join their side, Mortal People Ancestor Emperor said solemnly. Saint Ancestor Kitagarbha said, that won't happen. These two ancestor gods are not fools. Since they have set a limit, it will depend on Long Chen's true ability. If Hongjun doesn't use his full strength, we can all see it. I'm just worried that even if Long Chen is defeated, those two will join him. I don't think so. If they wanted to join, they would have done so long ago. They don't have to hold out until now. It can only be considered a compromise. No matter what, Long Chen has progressed to such a level, and we have stopped him until now. He has long held a grudge against us. No one has a way out. After this battle, even if it causes a war among the ancestor gods of all worlds, we will destroy him and his dragon sacrificial continent, Chaos Whole Ancestor Kitagarbha said viciously. A war among the ancestor gods of all worlds. The newly arrived Bright Gold Ancestor and Devil Silver Ancestor glanced at each other. They felt that they shouldn't have participated in this battle. People would die in battle, and they would suffer losses. But for some reason, perhaps because they had been quiet for too long, they became excited at the mention of battle, the flames of war burning in their chests. Even if we have to engage in this cruel civil war, we still have to take down Long Chen. Firstly, it's to prevent the myriad of worlds from falling into the rule of a single person. Secondly, it's to protect ourselves. Based on what I know, Long Chen is someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once he becomes the ruler, it will definitely be our doomsday. They were having a heated discussion. The flames of war first burned in their hearts. Chaos Ancestor God and the others could sense the enemy's determination to fight to the death. In truth, Chaos Ancestor God and the others had never thought that this would happen. I'm afraid they've made up their minds to kill Long Chen. To them, Long Chen is a threat, but to us, he is our savior. These short-sighted people, how many times have I told them that the sky-swallowing clan still exists, but their focus is always on the fact that Long Chen is above them. From today onwards, the myriad of worlds will never be at peace again. After the destruction of the apocalypse, the peace did not last long. The raging flames of war swept through the ancestor gods of the myriad of worlds. At this time, Long Chen and Hong Jun stepped onto the path of fighting for the title of the strongest fifth-era ancestor god. Buzz. Ancestor god Hong Jun flashed his world source in front of Long Chen. Gate of all living things. In front of him was a majestic white gate, and inside it was a world that looked like a heavenly palace. It was grand, magnificent, and boundless. After exploring it, it was impossible to know how vast this world was, and it even felt as heavy as 10,000 worlds. Hongjun's Gate of All Living Things. Hongjun and Hongjun's Starfield were evolved from this Gate of All Living Things. Complemented by the Gate of All Living Things, Hongjun had an aura that surpassed the fifth-era ancestor gods. Facing such an opponent, Long Chen felt the pressure. Even the 10,000 ancestor gods felt the pressure. By now, everyone had forgotten about demon ancestor Qiyu. Although before the war, everyone was used to comparing demon ancestor Qiyu and ancestor god Hongjun. Amazing. The moment the Gate of All Living Things appeared, Long Chen felt his spirit jolt. Long Chen, use your full strength. Let the myriad of worlds see your heaven-defying power. Hongjun said loudly. All right. The divine bodies of the four great ancestral dragons gathered together and became the true ancestral dragons. The current Long Chen was not far from the ancestral dragons of the fourth era who had gathered the ancestral gods. Even in terms of world origin, he was only 2 away. Everyone was shocked. The Gate of All Living Things continued to transform. Suddenly, countless figures appeared. They wore the same robes as ancestor god Hongjun. All of them looked exactly the same as him. They moved through the clouds, and their gazes were all focused on Long Chen. It was ancestor god Hongjun's laws. Convert to my Tao. Suddenly, countless Hongjuns were chanting Tao scriptures within the clouds. Buzz. Countless voices rushed into Long Chen's heart like a tidal wave, causing it to tremble violently. The majestic voice spoke of the truth of the universe and the myriad of worlds. It contained the birth of Hongjun's star sea. It was Hongjun's Tao, and Hongjun's laws. Affected by this, the surrounding ancestor gods were extremely shocked. They understood that this was Hongjun's true power. So strong. Long Chen's appearance and unexpected participation in the war had already defeated immortal Luya and Qiyu. His performance was beyond the imagination of all the ancestor gods. But this time, when he faced Hongjun, when Hongjun displayed such power, most people thought that everyone had their limits. If Long Chen was only as strong as he was when he fought Qiyu, he would not be Hongjun's match. However, Long Chen immediately displayed an unimaginable new rule. Karma, meditation mantra. Good and evil were in one's heart and wouldn't be disturbed in any way. Long Chen closed his eyes and shut off his ears, even though those shocking recitations were shaking his heart from all the passages. Long Chen had sunk into another kind of realm. What he saw was the dragon sacrificial continent, countless soaring divine dragons, and a flourishing scene. Peace, justice, perfection, a world where all life could pursue a bright future. Boom boom boom. The two world wills were constantly clashing. Long Chen might not give it to his opponent. Under the astonishment of the crowd, he seemed to have an endless supply of laws. Most of the laws today were ones that Long Chen had never used before. There were simply too many. Over the past few days, he had become the body of 4 ancestor dragons. Everything was improving by leaps and bounds. Break. Following Long Chen's furious roar, Hong Jun's rules finally vanished. Not bad. You are indeed qualified to fight me to the death. Hong Jun was actually very arrogant. To be honest, he felt that he was stronger than ancestor god Pangu, because he was unfathomable and mysterious. After he said that, the clouds within the gate of all life changed rapidly. All the Hongjuns disappeared, and instead, a huge bronze bell appeared. Beside the bronze bell, the clouds condensed into an old man. That old man held a huge wooden pillar and struck the bronze bell with great force. Sound of the sage Tao. Let's see how you resist. This was completely similar to before, but even more powerful. All the chanting of the Tao scriptures condensed into the reverberation of the bell. Within the gate of all life, when the bell rang, bronze ripples materialized and reverberated within the gate of all life, causing a huge roar. The bronze ripples arrived before Long Chen along with the sound of the bell. Long Chen deeply understood that this was the most terrifying attack. It surpassed the evil sky demon of the Qiyu demon ancestor. This sound of the sage Tao brought an even more terrifying challenge to Long Chen. Looks like I can no longer hide anything today. Facing ancestor god Hong Jun, Long Chen could only smile bitterly. Of course, these weren't the only new laws he was familiar with. The inheritances of the 4 ancestor dragons had bestowed him with endless laws. This was just the beginning. Eternal Heavenly Dungeon. This was a law of time. The Eternal Heavenly Dungeon was different from the nefarious cage. It imprisoned not others, but oneself. Long Chen's body flashed with light, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Hongjuan's eyes. Within the Eternal Heavenly Dungeon, he was trapped in another world of time. His own time was frozen, and he was separated from this world. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.